the Jimmy Platt Invitational field events, we start with girls shot put. Lynette Villarreal of Mercedes, third place. Ilia Cantu from Westlaco High School here takes the silver. And in first place, the gold goes to Mackenzie Contreras of EdCal Chelsea with a throw of 39.5 inches. In the discus, third place, Odemaris Vidano from Harlingen South. In second, Gia Cavazos from Westlaco High School. And gold, once again, from EdCal Chelsea, Mackenzie Contreras with a throw of 130.03. Boys shot put action, third place finisher, EdCal Chelsea's Jesse Contreras. The silver goes to Benjamin Ruiz from Harlingen South. And first place with a new meet record of 59.5 inch, Harlingen South's Chase Harrell. In the discus boys, it's a clean sweep for Harlingen South. The Hawks third place, Benjamin Ruiz. The silver, the Hawks, Chase Harrell. And your gold medal winner for the South Hawks, Christian Cortez, with a throw of 179.09. In the high jump girls action, Sabrina Todd, third place for Harlingen. The silver, Harlingen's Amber Leyva. And the gold from Donna North with a jump of 5 feet, Damaris Regaldo. On the boys' side, your third place winner from Mercedes, Caleb Arthur. Second place goes to Harlingen South, Joshua Escobedo. And for the Cardinals, the gold medal goes to Caden Feeks with a jump of 6 feet, 5 inches. Now to the long jump. Looks like this for the girls. Mercedes Jasmine Flores, third place finisher. In second, Lisa Marie Sanchez from Westlaco High School. And your first place winner from Westlaco East, Brisa Guzman, with a jump of 16.4 inch. For the boys, Harlingen with a clean sweep. And for the Cardinals, it's Eric Quintalan, third place. Pedro Luna in second place. And in first place for the Cardinals, Jose Garcia with a jump of 21.4 inches. In the triple jump for the girls, congratulations goes to Lisa Marie Sanchez, third place from Westlaco High School. Second place goes to Amity Ebar from Westlaco High School. And the gold medal in the triple jump from Harlingen South, Caroline Granum. In the boys' triple jump, third place goes to Samuel Cerda from Progreso. The silver, Eric Quintalan from Harlingen. And gold in the boys' triple jump, Westlaco High School's Gabriel Gonzalez. Pole vault action now on the girls' side. Westlaco East, third place finisher, Allison Rogers. In second place from Donna, Brianna Caldwell. And your gold medal winner from EdCal Chelsea, Bianca Cardenas. On the boys' side, third place finisher, Sammy Ruiz from Harlingen South. Second place goes to Julian Leyva from Harlingen. And your first place winner goes to Carlos Guerrero from EdCal Chelsea. Those are just some of the highlights from the field events at the Jimmy Platt Mid-Valley Classic.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to the Texas National Bank Field at Bobby Lackey Stadium. K-West bringing you the Jimmy Platt Mid-Valley Classic Invitational Track Meet. I am Joe Aguilar, joined by Mike Gonzalez, going to bring you all the action from this afternoon's track and field competition.
Yeah, great to be here, Joe. It's a beautiful day outside. I would say it's about 80 to 85 degrees out here. Earlier in the week, we experienced probably one of the last cold fronts of the season where it was actually in the upper 30s, but thank goodness Mother Nature is cooperating today. Great to be here. There's going to be 8 teams vying for the top spot. The 4th annual Jimmy Platt Invitational. Great place to be. We have Jimmy Platt in the house as well, and I think we're getting ready for the first event.
Yeah, it looks like the starter is ready. He's got all the athletes in their blocks. We're going to start off with the girls 4x100-meter relay in lane 1, Donna North, lane 2, Westlaco High School, lane 3, Mercedes, lane 4, Westlaco East, lane 5, Harlingen, lane 6, EdCal Chelsea, Alsa, and lane 7, Harlingen South. The starter's got his gun up. They're set. And they're off. We want to let you guys know that Wesco East comes in with the fastest time, 50.76 seconds. We did have a false start, so we will be doing that all over again.
Yeah. So, as you mentioned, Joe, Wesco East comes in with a preliminary time of 50.76, but right behind them is, looks like it's Harlingen with 50.80, and in third is Mercedes with 51.23. So, based on the seating time, this should be a pretty competitive race.
Yeah, this is going to be very competitive. You got Westico also coming in with a 51.92. Wesco East has in the starting position Itzel Rodriguez. On the second leg will be Brisa Guzman. Third leg, Giovanna Elizondo. And this is going to be anchored by Giovanna Cáceres. Westlaco High's got Gina Martinez, the starter. Second leg is Lisa Marie Sanchez. Third leg, Calisa Cavazos. And the anchor would be Alexa Davila. So looks like we're going to get started all over again. We got lane 8 is open. So we got lanes 1 through 7 being utilized. They are set and they are off. It looks like we got a good, clean start. Everybody is moving. And, of course, in lane 3, we got Mercedes already making a move on Westlaco East. We'll see who gets the handoff first. And it looks like Westlaco East got that exchange cleanly, and they are going through first, and they are in the second leg. And we've got Westlaco East, and in the second lane, Westlaco making up the stagger as well. Westlaco making up some ground, and they are on the turn. And it looks like we got Westlaco in lane 2 and Westlaco East in lane 4, neck and neck. Here comes the last handoff, and it's handed off. It looks like Westlaco High gets it first, and that's Alexa Davila, the anchor leg for the Panthers. And just inside of her, we've got Mercedes, and this is going to be a photo finish. Westlaco East is coming on strong, Giovanni Cáceres, but she does not have enough to finish it off, and it looks like Mercedes, Westlaco, followed by Westlaco East, and of course that's unofficial.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. We saw, as you mentioned, a stagger as we were halfway through the race. Looks like the Lady Panthers were going to take control of it, but then at the very last 100 yards, we saw the Lady Wildcats make a nice move there. As we see a great angle there of all the athletes. I'm sure they're a little tired. You see Jimmy Platt on the far right-hand side. But we'll see what the official results are. It looked like lane 5, Harlingen, at the very end, was also making a move there. So once we get the results in, we'll be able to see who won the race.
Yeah, they were coming in neck and neck, yet Westlaco, followed by Westlaco East, and then Mercedes, their anchor leg. That was Jasmine Flores. Looked like she made up some good ground to overtake everyone. And, of course, looked like she finished up in first place for the Lady Tigers. And as you mentioned, Mike, we will wait for the official results. Up next, we've got the boys 4x100-meter relay. In lane 1, we've got the Ed Couch Elsa squad. Lane 2, Harlingen South. Lane 3 is Westlaco. Lane 4 is Harlingen. Lane 5, Westlaco East. Lane 6, Donna High School. Lane 7, Mercedes. And lane 8, Donna North High School.
And it's nice to let the viewers know, Joe, that we are live on YouTube right now. And for those of us that are watching, for those of you that are watching and outside the Mid-Valley area, thank you. I know Harlingen and Harlingen South are two of the schools from Cameron County in this meet. Harlingen High boys actually won this meet last year, Joe. And, we encourage them to share this page, to share through social media and let them know that they have an opportunity to see their loved ones or anywhere around the state or even the nation. And, of course, everybody here in the Mid-Valley aware of KWest TV and what the coverage that we like to provide. We got Westlaco East here. We got Ekach Elsa, Mercedes. We got Donna North, and Progresso. Progresso has a pretty good track and field program, Joe, and they always come to this meet over here. And on the girls' side, Westlaco Lady Panthers have dominated, even going as far back as when it was called the Mid-Valley Classic. I had a chance to talk to head coach Pablo Maguet, and he was just like, Mike, we've actually won this meet. He couldn't remember if it was 7 or 8 years, but yeah, they've really, they're going to try to make it 8 or 9 in a row, whatever the streak is. But even when the name was changed to Jimmy Platt, they've still done very, very well, and they are the district champs, done well in area and regional. So, it's a great to represent and to have the meet here at home.
Well, Harlingen comes in with the fastest qualifying time, 42.42, followed by Weslaco East with 43.5 and Weslaco High 43.6. Your athletes for the Weslaco High group is going to be first leg Dante Castillo, followed by Devin Dena. Jesus Hernandez will be the third leg, and anchoring for the Panthers is going to be Joe Maldonado. Weslaco East will get started with Raven Figueroa. He will hand the baton off to Hector Muñiz. Then third leg is going to be Jordan Velasquez. Anchoring for the Wildcats is John Animas.
And I just got the official results, Joe, of our first race, running event, 4x100 meter relay. In fourth place was Harlingen. In third place was Weslaco East. Second place was Weslaco High. And your first place winner with a time of 50.98 is Mercedes Tigers.
So congratulations to those squads. Great job. We saw that one live right here on YouTube. And as Mike alluded to, make sure that you let people know you're enjoying the Jimmy Platt Invitational Mid-Valley Track and Field Classic right here in Weslaco. So we're getting ready to get started with the boys 4x100 meter relay. The starter's got his gun up. Runners are set. And they are away. Looks like we got a good, clean start. Again, Weslaco High is in the third lane. Weslaco East is in lane 5. We'll see how they do, how they fare with the exchange. A little bit of a difficulty in the exchange with the Harlingen group. Again, the inside, you got Weslaco making up a little bit of stagger on that one. Weslaco East looks like they got that baton away first. And the third leg for Weslaco East is Jordan Velasquez. And Harlingen making up ground really quick. And here comes the group from Weslaco. So Harlingen, Weslaco, and Weslaco East all neck and neck. And that's going to be finished off. Harlingen, Joe Garcia running away with this, and it looks like Weslaco High is going to finish in second place, followed by Weslaco East. So great job there by Joe Maldonado from Weslaco High to finish off that race, and John Animas from Weslaco East to finish strong as well. So unofficially, it looked like it's Harlingen, Weslaco High, followed by Weslaco East.
And it seemed like the Cardinals were in trouble, Joe, after the first exchange here on the first 100 meters. It looks like the first runner couldn't pass the baton there, Dante Castillo to Devin, that would be Pedro Luna to Joel Reyna there. And the Harlingen had to play catch-up the rest of the way, but thankfully for Harlingen, Joe Garcia, as the anchor, really took control of the race once he was given the baton, and he really dominated that last 50 yards or so. It looked like the Weslaco Panthers were going to take this race, but no. Harlingen said Harlingen had other ideas.
Yeah. Well, from where we're standing, we can't quite see the markings on the track clearly, but I'm curious to know if he went beyond the exchange lane.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Joe, because there is a rule out there where you could only go so far to hand the baton. And I know that the coaches, they teach their runners to, as soon as they see their teammate to get to a certain point, to already start running. And as you mentioned, you wonder if he went too far ahead to pass the baton there. So we'll get the official results, and we'll let everybody know.
Well, the next event is going to be the girls' 800-meter run.
The team composed of Reneta Mez, David Medrano,
Amity Ebarb from Weslaco High School comes in with the fastest qualifying time at 2 minutes 13 seconds, and then she is going to be in this first heat. Well, there's going to be only one heat in the 800-meter run, and of course Natalie Garcia and Tessie Garcia from Weslaco and Weslaco East will be in this race as well. Those two young ladies ran 2:28 in the preliminaries. Now Amity, this young lady, dominated, even qualified for state in cross country.
Yeah, so she has that background of playing or running well, and we know what her athleticism is. She's got great potential, very good athletic ability here, and I'm sure she's going to carry it here on the track and field.
Well, you talk about athletic ability, Mike. She won second place in the long jump this morning.
Wow.
So there's a lot of athletic ability in that young lady. So we'll see how she does in this 800-meter run.
Yeah, exactly. And you bring up the point that she was a cross-country runner. So she has that background to carry into the track and field and run in the 800-meter runs or even the 1600 later on.
Yeah, she's one to watch out for in this race. Second best time comes from a young lady in Edcauchelsa, Vanessa Cerda, 2:24. So we've got several kids from Weslaco and Weslaco High School. A couple other people from Weslaco is going to be Ana Vela. She came in with a qualifying time of 2:31. Brandy Garcia from Weslaco East, 2:32, and Jenica Paz from Weslaco East as well, and she qualified with a time of 2:35. So we're getting ready to run this 800-meter run, and it's going to be the girls first, followed by the boys and their 800-meter run as soon as this one is over.
Yeah, and we see the gentleman there making sure everybody's lined up there, and before he raises his hand to pull the trigger for the, there you go.
Runners are set.
Runners are set. And if you notice, Joe, there's a group of girls lined up there.
Gun is up.
Well, now they're kind of scooting up a little bit, but we see two different groups out there.
Yeah, they get their stagger, and as soon as they get across the curb, they can begin to make their way around into the early lane.
You can see the cones out there lined up, meaning they have to stay on that side of the cone, and then once the cones are done, then they can scoot up there.
Once they make the curve, they can begin to make their way into the first lane. And Amity Ebarb taking control of this one early. She's got easily a 15-yard lead on the second runner, and you can tell that she's even opened that up to maybe 20 yards now.
Well, if you can see, Joe, right here from our camera shot there, she's all by herself at this point, but it's all strategy here. You know, a lot of coaches will tell you to just go ahead and start running and get your lead, get it as soon as possible, but you have other runners out there that have a certain strategy. They kind of pace themselves, and then as the race goes on, then they'll kind of pick it up a notch or two.
Yeah, Amity Ebarb looks like she's going to make her way across the line in the first place as she crosses the split with about a 1:02. I don't know if we're going to get an official split, but nonetheless, that's a pretty fast 400 meters, 62 seconds.
Right. So 800 meter would be what? 2 laps. 2 laps, okay? So this right here would be the final lap here. And so you expect these runners to kind of pick it up here, especially in the last, what would you say, about 200 meters is where you'll see them
about
sprint.
200, 150, we start to see them begin to kick. And Amity Ebarb has got easily a 50-meter lead on the pack. There is no one, not even on the screen at this point. She's making the turn at 140, so let's add another 40 seconds, and she's going to finish this race maybe about 2:10, 2:15, which is really going to be right around her time from this morning as well.
And you know what, Joe, something to keep an eye on, and we see a graphic there for the meet record. It's 2:17.27 set in 2015. So she's got about 17 seconds left.
And she's going to break it. She's only got 40 meters to go. So here we go. We're going to keep our eye on it. She's picking it up a little bit. I think someone's coaching her, and she finishes the race at about 2:14. So that's going to be a new record. So we'll wait for the official time, but Amity Ebarb breaks the Jimmy Platt Invitational record from what we see unofficially here from our vantage point.
Yeah, just a terrific job there. And I mean, you know, when people look at her run, it looks like she's jogging, but really inside, she's, you know, in her mind, she's working a certain way. And, you know, she took control right from the sound of the gun and just never looked back. And pretty much this race basically was who's going to get second, who's going to get third, who's going to get fourth, because Amity Ebarb just controlled the whole race.
Yeah, that was start to finish Amity Ebarb, and as we were alluding to earlier, she is just a tremendous athlete, excels in the fall throughout cross country. As we mentioned earlier, she was a state qualifier, and then of course she finished second in the triple jump earlier today, and now she's being congratulated by Coach Valdez and Coach Almaguer, just telling her great job, way to run, way to stay strong. And of course in that race also was Natalie Garcia, who's standing there with them as well. She ran a great race also.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for the results.
Yeah, a lot of smiles there, and you know, a lot to be proud of. And there you see a great shot of her right there. Just a terrific run, terrific job there. And this could only be the beginning for her today. I mean, she's already got what, the long jump, I think you said?
Yeah, she has a silver medal from this morning that I remember. And she's got a few more events that she's going to compete in later on this evening.
Yes, now we have the results of the 4x100 meter relay. In fourth place was Donna. Third place was Weslaco East. Second place was Wesco High. And your first place winner with a time of 43.41 was the Harlingen Cardinals.
So I guess that erases any doubt we had regarding whether or not they had maybe disqualified themselves from exceeding the exchange rate or the exchange area.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, the judges are standing right there. So, I mean, they had a good view of it, and they said everything was legal, everything was okay. So Harlingen goes on to earn first place.
Great job. Congratulations. And again, Weslaco High and Weslaco East coming in second and third in the 4x100 meter relay. And what a great job by those two schools as well, really representing here the city of Weslaco in a great arena. Up next, we've got the boys 800 meter run. We've got Antonio Sanchez from Weslaco High coming in with the fastest qualifying time at 1:59.43. In the second fastest qualifying time is Abram Maldonado from Weslaco East, 1:59.72. So those are two guys that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yes, Weslaco and Weslaco East, the top two runners there. And then you have your third runner there, Christian Martinez from Ecalchosa with 2:01.35. So, you know, pretty good seating time for him as well. A lot of times, Joe, in these kind of events, those third, fourth place seating times kind of surprise everybody and run a good race. And so here we go.
And they're off. And we'll see how and who comes out first to maybe begin to set the pace. And it looks like Antonio Sanchez from Weslaco is going to get out there and set the pace for this race. He's way out in front of everybody.
In third place,
and here comes the pack making a move to get right behind him. And usually when you've got someone jumping out to the front, there's always going to be that one or two or three people that are going to try to keep up with him. And just to see who can hang on the longest.
Yeah, and I mean, you notice there right now, you see Antonio way ahead, but not far behind him. I would say, what would you say, Joe, about 10 yards or so, 10 to 15 yards. You have you have a collection of runners that are kind of close together. And so now, as we finish the first lap here, here's where the guys are going to make their move.
And you just said it right on the dot, because look who's making a move there. It's the Weslaco East Wildcat team. Abram Maldonado making a move to get up in front, and now he's going to be setting the pace as we get set to run the second and final lap.
Yeah, and then we have a runner there from Weslaco High starting to make a move there, jumping into second place.
Stations. All hurdle engineers. Report to your station.
That looks like Antonio Sanchez, Tony Sanchez, in second place. I couldn't get it. There we go. Here we go. That is Tony Sanchez in second place, and that's going to be Abram Maldonado in first place for Weslaco East. And we've got a young man, looks like he's from Mercedes, making a move on the outside as well. So here we're coming down the stretch. We've got Tony Sanchez and we've got Maldonado from Weslaco East, and this is going to be a foot race, and who wants it more? And here comes a young man from Ed Couch Elsa as well. Ed Couch Elsa's Christian Martinez making a move, and it's going to be a fight to the finish, and who's going to pull it out is going to be Antonio Sanchez from Weslaco High, followed by Christian Martinez of Ed Couch Elsa.
Nice run there by Antonio Sanchez. Great start there. Lost his top spot, and then fell behind by what, third or fourth, and then as we rounded the last first 100 meters of the second lap, he was making his move again, and then took control of the race after that. But we saw Ecalchosa and Mercedes there towards the end make their moves right there. But also give credit to Abram Maldonado there for staying right there in front of him. But in the end, it is Antonio Sanchez as your winner.
Yeah, he's going to take the gold in this contest. So congratulations to him, and we'll get the results. And here we go. Here's the replay. This was one that was, who wanted it more? You know, we always talk about digging in deep. Who wants it more? Mentally, who's stronger? And it looked like in this one, it's going to be Antonio Sanchez.
And it just kind of appears right there, Joe, that Antonio saw Christian Martinez make his move and said, hey, I better turn it up another notch or two or I'm not going to win this race. And he was able to get that little separation at the end. He giving us the thumbs up there. Great shot right there. Great shot right there by Amadeo Briones, who's using the gimbal camera. First time we use it for a track meet, and then we're able to get some fantastic shots of the athletes out there and the coaches and even some parents.
Amity Ebarb, it looks like it. Amity Ebarb.
Yes, we got the official results, Joe, of the 800-meter run there. And yes, it is a new record for a new track record for Amity Ebarb. She was your first place winner in the 800-meter run with a time of 2:14.42. And then the second place was Vanessa Cerda out of Edcal Chelsea. Third place was Tessie Garcia out of Westlaco East. And fourth place was Brianna Rivas out of Harlingen High. So congratulations to Amity.
Yeah, Amity finishing first place, but also breaking the record with a time of 2:14. So congratulations to her. And like as we mentioned a little while ago, she's got a few more events that she's going to be competing in, and those are going to be some relays for Westlaco High School. Up next, we've got the 100-meter hurdles. We're going to have two heats of those. We're going to call them sections because that's what we've got them in our paperwork. They call them sections of finals. In the first section, we've got Juliana Garces in lane 3. She's out of Edcal Chelsea High School. In lane 4, we're going to have Vanessa Garcia out of Donna North High School. And in lane 5, Sydney Portillo from Harlingen High School.
And if you notice, Joe, they're setting up the hurdles on our far side over there. And it's because of the wind is blowing from the south to the north. And so what happens is the runners, they'll go with the wind versus going against the wind if, say, they were to run on this side of the track.
I was going to make that comment, Mike, because you made the comment when I said you hit the nail right on the head just a little while ago on the 800-meter run where they were catching up and they were making their move, and it was right when they hit the backstretch here on the first lap, because when you're up in front, you take the brunt of the storm, and the other people, they're drafting, so they get a chance to not have to run so hard, and they're able to make a move right then and there. So, yeah, so they're going to move everybody else to the opposite side of the track, and we'll have, like I said, two heats or two sections in the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
And I'm looking at the wind right now, Joe, and it's been blowing since, I would say, about 11 o'clock in the morning. We got off to a gloomy start to the day, but then the sun came out at about 2 o'clock. We were out there in the field events, and the sun was starting to come out, and now it's partly cloudy, but it's mostly sunny, but the wind is still blowing. I would say between 20 and 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick that up right now, trying to figure out what the winds are, but you're absolutely right. It's 20 to 25 miles an hour according to the Weather Channel on my app, and so it's blowing pretty strong.
Lane 5.
And then in a sport like track, wind does play a factor. Like, for example, when we were in the field events earlier, I mean, they were doing the discus and they were doing the shot put, and it just depends on whoever's out there. It's a little luck gets involved a little bit on, when should I throw it, or, they only give a certain time to throw it, but when it's your turn, and then you just kind of look at the wind to see how fast it's blowing, and if you're lucky and you get those few seconds where it's not blowing, and then that's when you just kind of let it go. And then that's kind of how it works. But, here in the running events, it's like once that gun sounds, you run.
Yeah, you're gone. And again, we're getting ready for the girls' 100-meter hurdles. 100-meter hurdles. And they're going to run it, as you mentioned, Mike, from the opposite side of the track. And in this first section, we've got three young ladies running. Juliana Garces out of Edcal Chelsea in lane 3. She's got no qualifying time that we have on our sheets here. And in lane 5 is Sydney Portillo out of Harlingen. She doesn't have a time as well. Donna North, 4th lane, is going to be Vanessa Garcia, and she's got a time of 21.15. So 3 runners in this first section. And this is the first of 2. In the second section, we'll have 6 different runners, and we'll go over those in just a little while. Let's go ahead and go over them right now. In section 2 of the girls' 100-meter hurdles is going to be In lane 2, Donna North, Denise Acuna. In lane 3, Mika Vento out of Mercedes. In lane 4 is going to be Arlis Munoz out of Westlaco East High School. And she comes in with the fastest qualifying time of 17.32. And in lane 5 is her running mate, Clarissa Jaramillo, also of Westlaco East High School, with the second fastest qualifying time at 17.87. And in lane 6, Paisley Wood from Harlingen South. And in lane 7, Amber Lopez from Harlingen South as well. So the next heat, the section 2, that's going to be an interesting one. We got two ladies from Westlaco East High School both coming in with the best qualifying times.
Yeah, the top two at 17.32 and 17.87 there. And I'm looking over there at the screen, Joe, and I noticed that there's only two runners there. Perhaps they were waiting for one of the runners to get there, and she never got there. So they're just going to go with two runners here.
Yeah, the girl from Ed Chelsea and the girl from Harlingen are there. Donna North is not there, so we'll see what we've got. We've got the girl from Harlingen High School. That's going to be Sydney Portillo, and she's way out in front.
Heat number 2, girls 100-meter hurdles in lane 2.
And she's going to finish this heat as the winner. But we don't have a time just yet, but the record for the girls 100-meter hurdles is 14.4, set in 2008. So the winner of the first section is going to be Sydney Portillo of Harlingen High School. And we'll get you those times in just a second.
Yeah, great shot there by Vinnie Berry there of the runner who finished in first place in this heat there. But yeah, here we got the results of the boys' 800-meter run. In fourth place is Lupe Reyes out of Mercedes. Third place is Abram Maldonado out of Westlaco East. In second place is Christian Martinez out of Ecouch Elsa. And his time was actually 2:04.57, because your first place winner is Antonio Sanchez out of Westlaco with 2:04.31. So it was a very competitive race. But congratulations to Antonio Sanchez there for pulling off that win.
Well, they're getting ready for the section 2 of 2 here in the 100-meter girls final. They're warming up. They're getting their blocks set, making sure that they've got their steps counted, and getting ready for this one. As we mentioned a little while ago, we've got a couple of girls from Westlaco East High School, both coming in with the best two times. Clarissa Jaramillo in lane 5, Arlis Munoz in lane 2. Mika Vento out of Mercedes in lane 3. 18.52 is her qualifying time coming into today's match. Now, that's a young lady who is a multi-sport athlete, plays basketball, and is a good softball player as well.
Yeah, Vento's a pretty big name in Mercedes, isn't it? A lot of athletes come out of there, whether it's football or whether it's basketball or even volleyball there. And I know Mercedes has a good quality athletic program all around there. Even in cross country, I know they advance pretty far there. They have runners that qualify for regionals and state.
Second place, Christian
So we've got
Martinez.
Clarissa Jaramillo and Arlis Munoz from Westlaco East. Both those young ladies getting ready for the section 2 of 2 finals in the 100-meter hurdles for the girls. They're getting ready, waiting for the starter to finish getting everything situated. I'm watching them, and they're not quite ready. I don't know what the holdup is, but they're discussing some stuff over there, and they're making sure that they've got everything ready to go. Maybe there's a runner missing. I didn't count them.
Well, I'm counting 6 bodies over there, and that's how many we have here on the list. So I think all the runners are there, but just I don't know if it's one of the judges there waiting for something, or I don't know. But I'm sure we'll be good to go. And shortly here, I see the judges there. We're kind of talking there, and I think they're kind of getting ready to go back to their place.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting into their positions already. I think we are ready to go. So here we go. Starter's getting up on his step, and so we're getting ready to start the second of 2.
Gun is up.
In this 100-meter girls finals. Again, in lane 4, we got Arlis Munoz of Westlaco East High School, and lane 5, Clarissa Jaramillo, also of Westlaco East High School. Those two young ladies coming in with the fastest qualifying time. So this is going to be a very interesting race. And again, as we mentioned, one girl we need to watch out for is Mika Vento of Mercedes. So we'll see how they fare here. They're in their blocks. They are set and they're off. We've got a good clean start. And in lane 4, it's Arlis Munoz with an early lead. Vento right behind her. It's Munoz, Vento, and Jaramillo. Vento. This is going to be close. And
Wow.
I don't know who took that one, Mike.
I don't know either, Joe. That was a very, very well-run race all around there. Terrific job there by Mika Venta. They're kind of at the end catching up and then putting her
Hurdle
head down. That's what the
engineers
coaches
set the hurdles
teach you,
at 39
is to put your head
inches.
down once you see that finish line. And a lot of times you win by a nose, you win by just a little thing like that. And you see the replay here. Just a
One of
good,
two
clean
heats.
start there
Yeah.
by Aris
number
Munoz
one.
there. And then
Lane
watch
2,
Vento there.
Jay
Just
Valle,
stay with her. And then
Lane
you see her
3,
there
Matthew
take the lead for a
Maldonado,
few
Edcouch
seconds
Elsa.
there, and you
Lane 4,
see the last
Fernando
hurdle
Mendez,
there
West
coming
Dakota.
up, and
Lane 5,
just well,
Michael
here's another
Rodriguez,
hurdle, and then
Edcouch
just
Elsa.
who's gonna.
And lane 6,
There you go,
Jaime
right there. Oh
Hernandez,
my gosh, it's gonna be
Edcouch
very,
Elsa.
very close. So we'll have to
Number
wait
one,
for the
boys,
official results to
110
see
meter
who won there. But a terrific race all around, that's for sure.
Yeah, great race, great start. As you mentioned, Arlis Munoz came out strong from the blocks, had an early lead. But Mika Vento, just
Third
a
call.
strong athlete,
Third
and just
call.
continued to
Girls,
press
100
forward.
meter dash.
And she finished his
Third
first
and
from what it
final
looked
call.
like from here.
Girls,
But as you mentioned,
100
we've
meter
got to wait
dash.
for the official results. But a great race there, and it looked like Clarissa Jaramillo came in third.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you see a great shot there of Mika Venta there. I mean, both runners are cleanly jumping over the hurdles there. A lot of times you'll see a little miscue. Maybe they hit the hurdle, knock it down, or they trip. And so, no, this was just a good, clean race all around by the athletes.
So we'll wait for those final results. And as we wait for those final results, up next we've got the boys 110-meter hurdles. They run a little further than the girls do. And, of course, the hurdles are going to be adjusted as well. We're going to have two sections in this race also. And in section number 1, lane 2, Jay Valle at Adana North High School. In lane number 3, Matthew Maldonado from Edcouch Elsa High School. In lane 4, Fernando Mendez, Westlaco High School. He comes in with a qualifying time of 17.98. Lane 5, Michael Rodriguez, Edcouch Elsa High School. And in lane 6, Jaime Hernandez of Edcouch Elsa High School. In the section 2 of the second race in this 110-meter hurdles for the boys, in lane 1 is Isaiah Silva from Mercedes. In lane 2, Eric Quintalan from Harlingen. In lane 4, Israel Alegria from Mercedes. In lane 4, Naiti Duran out of Harlingen South. In lane 5, Randall Lopez, Harlingen South. In lane 6, Ethan Alvarado, Westlaco High School. 16.84 is his qualifying time. In lane 7 is Devin Tagle out of Harlingen South. And in lane 8 is going to be Ryan Ramirez from Mercedes. So we've got the hurdles set and the blocks are set, and the young men are getting their steps counted and they're getting their blocks situated as we get set for the boys 110-meter hurdle finals here at Jimmy Platt Invitational.
Yeah, you notice, Joe, that they scoot the hurdles, or not the hurdles, but the little
Blocks.
the little blocks. They scoot them back about 10 meters there for the boys. It's a little bit longer race than the girls there. And so, yeah, when I think of the hurdles, I think of the young man. I think his name was Randy Bermea
Bermea from Harlingen.
Harlingen, just outstanding runner. And then the other kid from Donna, I remember several years ago, just an outstanding hurdler as well. Went to state, I think.
As a freshman.
As a freshman,
Yes.
and I think
Timers
eventually
and
became
His
a
name
state-
was Castillo.
That's Vince Castillo.
Yes.
That's
Have a
right.
white
Yes,
flag.
I remember
We
him
have
from
10
my days
flags.
working at the Mid
We're
Valley
ready
Time
to
Fair.
go, Mr.
Great
Starter.
kid. And then Randy Barmea, just an outstanding athlete. Was part of that 2011 football team there in Harlingen that went to the state quarter, the fourth round, the state quarterfinal. And so, yeah, you know, a lot that shows that we do have athletes down here in the valley that come out of the track and field events and make noise.
Yeah,
Oh.
Vince was running track in college, and he's been doing very well. So here we go. Looks like they are lining up for the First section of 2 here in the boys 110-meter hurdles. Again, we've got Jay Valle in lane 2 out of Donna North. Matthew Maldonado, Edcouch Chelsea in lane 3. Lane 4, Fernando Mendez out of Westlaco High School. Lane 5, Michael Rodriguez from Edcouch. And lane 6, Jaime Hernandez from Edcouch as well. And they are set and they are off. Get over the first hurdle. Looks like we've got an early lead from Fernando Mendez out of Westlaco. Out in the outside lane is going to be Jaime Hernandez. And Hernandez looks like he has overtaken the lead, and he'll finish first, followed by Mendez of Westlaco. And of course, we can't say that they are gold and silver medal winners because we've got to run the second section, and then they'll figure out the times and give us the results in just a little bit. But again, that is the first section of 2 in the boys 110-meter hurdles.
Yeah, good job all around by all these athletes as we see a replay here. Just a good, clean start. And they all pretty much cleaned all hurdles there. We didn't see any tripping or falling or, any of those hurdles falling down there. Just a good, clean race all around. And in the end, the young man from Edcouch Chelsea was able to come out on first in this heat.
Girls 100-meter.
So we're getting ready for the second of 2 sections here in the boys 110-meter hurdles. And again, lane 1, Isaiah Silva from Mercedes. Lane 2, Eric Quilantan out of Harlingen. Lane 3 is going to be Israel Alegria from Mercedes. Lane 4, Nitai Duran, Harlingen South. Lane 5, Randall Lopez of Harlingen South. Lane 6, Ethan Alvarado, Westlaco High School. Lane 7, Devin Tagle, Harlingen South. And lane 8, Ryan Ramirez out of Mercedes.
And I have the official results of the girls 100-meter hurdles. In 4th place was Sydney Portillo out of Harlingen. In 3rd place was Clarissa Jaramillo out of Westlaco East. And teammate Arlise Munoz finished in 2nd out of also Westlaco East. And your first place winner out of Mercedes with a time of 17.18 was Mika Ventoso. Congratulations.
2/100ths of a second separated first and second place. You and I were talking about that, Mike, just how close that race was and how we had a hard time telling from up here who won that race because, of course, as we mentioned, they both came out to great starts and they both ran very well.
Yeah, and, and thank God for the technology that we have up here in the press box. The gang here do an outstanding job of giving us the results, and it's the best of the best here. We have the top technology here to give us the results, and yeah, everything is accurate, and so that's a great thing to have.
So here we go, the second of 2 sections here in the boys 110-meter hurdles. They are getting ready to get started. The starters asking them to get into their blocks. Again, just want to remind you, Ethan Alvarado, Westlaco High School in lane number 6. Fastest qualifying time coming into this race is Natai Duran out of Harlingen South with a time of 15.18. They are set and they are off. And a good clean start, and looks like Duran out to an early lead, and he's beginning to expand his lead. He is over the hurdles very swiftly and very graciously, and he's easily going to run away with this one.
On the awards team,
great run there by the young man from Harlingen South.
3rd place, the team from Westlaco.
Yeah, it was,
East.
and I mean, he pretty much from the get-go
Team from Westlaco
started dominating the race, and you see there saying hi to the camera there, but you see the replay there, just jumping out to the lead here after the first hurdle, just to see that burst of speed there. He's a pretty tall young man and got long legs, so he's able to jump over those hurdles pretty easily there. Didn't have any problems there. Nice, clean.
They teach you to take 3 steps in between hurdles.
Girls,
and if you watch Natali, he does it to perfection.
Yeah,
and
1,
as
2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump.
Yeah, and as you mentioned right now, Mike, he's got those long legs, and he extends them. And as we mentioned just a little while ago, he just graciously goes right over the
Girls 100-meter dash.
It's a very well-trained young man.
Right, I would say he stands at about 6'1", but yeah, just having the ability to just extend those legs and just making it look easy to jump over those hurdles really helps out there. And it was a great run by him.
Yeah, he had an easy 10-meter lead on everybody.
Lane 6.
So up next, we've got the girls 100-meter dash. We're going to have 3 sections, so we'll have 3 races in our girls division. Let's go over the sections really quick. In the first section, we're going to have Beyonce Bruno in lane 1 out of Mercedes. Lane 2, Endaya Davao out of Ed Couch Elsa. Lane 3, Kirsten Padilla from Westlaco. Jasail Lopez from Dana High School in lane 4. Marlene Medrano out of Progreso in lane 5. Alejandra Ochoa, Dana North, lane 6. Jaylene Senil, Dana North in lane 7. And Vianney Cabrera, Westlaco East in lane 8. In the second section, we're going to have Larissa Gonzalez out of Dana. Gitzel Fiscal out of Westlaco High. Alyssa Vasquez, Dana High School. In lane 4, it's going to be Giovanna Casares, Westlaco East. Natasha Hartman, Harlingen South. Itzel Rodriguez, Westlaco East. Andrea Grant, Harlingen South. And Lauren Reckford out of Harlingen South. And in the third section, it's going to be Arlie Vasquez, Anaí Galindo, Bianca Cardenas, Jasmine Flores, Jaden Barbour, Liana Cavazos, Alyssa Barnes, and Valerie Cruz. So here we go. We're getting ready for the first of 3 sections in the girls' 100-meter dash. I want to remind you, Kirsten Padilla, Westlaco High in lane 3, and Vianney Cabrera, Westlaco East in lane 8. They are set, and that's a clean start. And it looks like Marlene Medrano from Progreso with an early lead. And Beyonce Bruno from Mercedes taking the lead. And it looks like she's going to finish first with Kirsten Padilla finishing second.
Heat number 2.
Yeah, nice job there by Mercedes.
Lane 1.
By Beyonce Bruno there in lane number 1, who didn't have a seating time coming into this race there, but did a great job there. We see a replay. She stands on lane number 1 there. And, you know, when Progreso got off to a pretty good start there, but watch Mercedes Bruno there just take over kind of pretty much in the middle of the race and really didn't look back there. And had an outstanding race there.
Yeah, won that one by about 5 meters. Kirsten Padilla turning it on in the second half of that 100-meter run and making it very competitive. So again, as we've been mentioning throughout the afternoon, we won't have the final results until we get all the sections completed. 100-meter girls race is going to have 3 sections, and we just completed the first one. And so we'll go to section number 2. And in this race, we're going to have in lane 1, Larissa Gonzalez out of Dana. Gitzel Fiscal, Westlaco High School, lane 2. Alyssa Vasquez, Dana High School, lane 3. Giovanni Casares in lane 4. She's from Westlaco East High School. Natasha Hartman in lane 5, Harlingen South High School. And from Westlaco East in lane 6 is going to be Itzel Rodriguez. And in lane 7, Andrea from Harlingen. And Lauren Reckford of Harlingen South in lane 8.
Few moments, Joe. I have the official results of the boys 110 meters hurdles. In 4th place, we had Israel Alegria out of Mercedes. In 3rd place, we had Ethan Alvarado out of Westlaco. 2nd place was Eric Gilantan out of Harlingen High. And your first place winner with a time of 15:08 is Nitai Duran out of Harlingen South.
What a great race by that young man. So here we go, getting ready for the second section of 3 here in the 100-meter dash girls division. They are in their blocks. They are set, and they are off. And it looks like a good, clean start. In the middle of the pack, we've got from Progreso, Marlene Medrano. And it looks like she's going to hold off.
Third and final.
And what a good race there. Westlaco East.
Lane 1.
Vianney Cabrera in that race as well. I'm sorry, that's a Harlingen South young lady. And that is Natasha Hartman. I was looking at the wrong list. My apologies. Natasha Hartman running a great race, and as did Itzel
Rodriguez.
Itzel Rodriguez.
Yeah, you see the replay there. I mean, she's doing her best to catch up to Hartman there. Almost did toward the end, but Hartman was able to hold off Rodriguez there at the end there, and did a great job there. Pretty much taking control of the race pretty much from the start there.
And in that busyness as well was
Boys,
Giovanni
100
Cáceres
meters
from
as
West
runners
Laquiste
report to the
also.
starting line.
So good run, good hard race run there by these young ladies. That one was a very stiff and competitive race. Now we're at the final of 3 sections here as we complete the girls 100 meter relay, girls 100 meter dash event. We've got in lane number 1 from Edcal Chelsea High School, Areli Vasquez. In lane 2 from Mercedes, Anaí Galindo. In lane 3 from Edcal Chelsea, Bianca Cardenas. In lane 4 from Mercedes, Jasmine Flores. In lane 5 from Harlingen, Jaden Barbour. In lane 6 from Westlaco High School, Liana Cavazos. In lane 7, Harlingen High School, Alyssa Barnes. And in lane 8 from Harlingen High School, Valeria Cruz.
Yeah, the top seating time is Jasmine Flores with a time of 12.84. And right behind is Jaden Barber out of Harlingen, 12.92.
So this is going to be a good race. We got some pretty fast girls in this one, and of course we mentioned from Westlaco is Liana Cavazos, and she comes in with a qualifying of 13.3, which is only less than half a second off of those other 2 times. So this is going to be a good race here.
Boys, 110 meter.
Yeah, all 3 races, all 3 heats have been pretty. Well, the first 2 have been pretty competitive, but as far as seating time is concerned, this one should be a good one as well.
So they are in the blocks. Starter has them getting ready. He got them set, and they're off, and a good, clean start. And in lane 4, that's going to be Jasmine Flores and Jaden Barber neck and neck. This is going to be a photo finish, and at the end, looks like Jasmine Flores out of Mercedes was just a little stronger as she pulled away right there at the end. Just a little burst of speed to finish off that race.
Yeah, outstanding race by the runners there. But if we have a chance to see the replay, as look at it right now. Look at the beginning, Joe. You see the runners there. You see number 4 and number 5 there just real close to each other. You thought that was the same person, and then you see that little separation there. Jasmine Flores was able to get maybe a step or 2 ahead of Bianca. Who is it? Bianca Jaden Barber out of Harlingen there. It's just, but I tell you what, the first 40-50 meters was very, very exciting. Both of them were right next to each other. I thought it was just one individual, but it turned out that they were both so close to each other. And in the end, Jasmine Flores was your winner.
Yeah, good, strong running there by those 2 young ladies. And as you mentioned, Mike, they looked like they were almost one in the same. But at that end, Flores just able to pull away and just kind of get that one extra gear she needed to finish off that race in first place. So a good, strong run there by those young ladies. So now we're going to head to the boys division. We've got 4 sections in the boys division. In the first one, we got Jonathan Castillo, Edcal Chelsea High School, Ramsey Vasquez, Westlaco East High School, and Samuel Jackson from Mercedes High School. In section 2, we're going to have Brandon Cortez, Edcal Chelsea, Luis Pina, Donna North, Bruce Trevino, Donna North, Josiah Vela, Donna High School, Josiah Cantu, Mercedes, and Joshua Garza out of Progreso. In the third of 4 sections, it's going to be Adrian Espindola out of Harlingen South, Jesus Hernandez, Westlaco High School, Jose Serna, Westlaco East High School, Christian Montaño, Harlingen South, Eric Martinez out of Harlingen, Alex Rincon out of Mercedes, Marco Gonzalez, Harlingen South, and Emmanuel Belmares out of Dana. And in the fourth of 4 sections here in the boys 100-meter dash, in lane 1 from Westlaco, from Edcal Chelsea, it's going to be Mario Vasquez. In lane 2 from Westlaco is Joe Maldonado with a time of 11.59. In lane 3, Gabriel Gonzalez, 11.37. And those 2 guys are from Westlaco High School. Jose Garcia, Pedro Luna, Marcos Chavez, Brandon Escobar. And out of Westlaco East, Jordan Velasquez, 11.68 is his time. So the best qualifying time come from 2 young men from Harlingen High School. Jose Garcia, 10.8, and Pedro Luna, 10.96. Now remember, Harlingen High School won the 4x100 meter relay.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a program that's actually done very well, Joe, all season long. They've won a number of meets early on to start the year here. And as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, they won the Jimmy Platt last year. And so in talking with one of the coaches in the field events, that's what he told me. He goes, Harlingen has excellent runners, and that's what's helped them up to this point, and what's going to help them this year as we move into district and area and regionals later on.
Combining heats 1 and 2. Boys 100-meter dash. Lane 1, Ramsey Vasquez, Westco East. Lane 2, Brandon
Well, we were
Cortez.
talking about that, Mike. I was looking up to see what legs they ran in the 4x100-meter relay. Pedro Luna, who comes in with the second fastest qualifying time, 10.96, was the starter or the first leg of that Harlingen 4x100-meter relay. And Jose Garcia comes in with the fastest qualifying time at 10.8. He was the anchor leg from that Harlingen High School gold medal winning 4x100-meter relay team here at the Jimmy Platt Invitational. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the first of 4 sections.
Girls, second call. Girls.
And even notice, Joe, there's some extra runners there. So I don't know if
Meter relay.
they're new runners or if maybe they combine the first and the second heats. That remains to be seen. But on the other hand, we have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we have about 5 or 6 runners here. 6 runners there, getting ready for this first heat.
Okay, well,
In
lane 8.
Yeah, by the looks of it, Joe, I want to say that they combined the first 2 heats because I see a young man from Donna wearing number 5 there, and they have him listed in the second heat. That would be
Josiah Vela.
Josiah Vela. So I'm thinking that's what happened.
So we'll just have to wait and see. 'Cause I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't see Ramsey out there.
And if there are some scratches of, say, the first heat, they'll kind of do that a lot of times. It's just bring in runners from the second heat and just kind of make that into one race. But, yeah, we'll just wait and see what happens.
And one young man is not going to use blocks.
Which I did learn a few years ago, Joe, that you can do that. You don't have to use the block if you don't want to. I was under the impression that all runners were required to use those blocks, but no, they don't have to. They can kind of, you see him kind of stand up in a running stance there, and then when the gun sounds, you just go. And
can you tell the difference of someone who uses blocks versus someone who doesn't use blocks?
Yeah, and you know what? Coach Boswell is the one that told me that he, as a former coach, he would say that he always wanted his runners to use the blocks because it just helps you accelerate when the race begins. But every athlete is different.
Yeah, and the explosion is just so much different when you use the blocks. And Ramsey was way down in lane number 1. And so we got 2 runners from Westlaco East and a runner from Mercedes finishing first, second, and third in that race.
Looks like the top runner there is from Ecouch Elsa. But yeah, Mercedes was right in the thick of it. Westlaco East was right there. We see a good camera shot there of the young man from Mercedes.
Final call, boys.
Not familiar with the young man, so I don't want to give out the wrong name. But nonetheless, we've got the second of 4, so we'll see what happens here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we're going to have 5 gentlemen in the second section of the 100-meter dash for the boys.
And while we have a few moments, Joe, I have the results of the girls 100-meter dash. 4th place was Natasha Hartman out of Harlingen South. In 3rd place was Bianca Cardenas out of Ecouch Elsa. In second place was Jaden Barber out of Harlingen. And your first place winner with a time of 12.74 is Jasmine Flores out of Mercedes High School. So congratulations.
Again, another tight race. That one less than 0.05. 5/100ths of a second difference in that race as well, or 6/100ths of a second difference in that race. So we've had some pretty good tight races here.
And you know, that's what it's all about, especially for these coaches, is that level of competition in this kind of meet. It only helps them out as the season moves forward here. And for a lot of these athletes, it's about setting personal best times. For a lot of them, it's just you know, trying to keep up with the competition to see where they're at, you know, what adjustments they need to make moving forward. And, you know, we've already had probably, 4 or 5 meets already. Some of these schools have been to a number of meets, and so they kind of know where they stand there and what they need to work on. And then when they come to an event like Jimmy Platt, you know, you're right in the middle of the season, and, you know, you kind of see where you're at, and you get an idea once district comes of what to expect and what they need to work on.
Especially when you have the level of competition like you have here today, as you mentioned, Mike, that Harlingen team, such a strong running team. So here we go, getting ready for the second of 4. We may only have 3. We'll wait and see. That one is underway, and looks like there's a young man from Weslaco that's got the lead on this one. And he's going to take the second heat, a young man from Weslaco. And I don't know who that would be.
Lane 1, Mario Vasquez, Ed Couch. Lane 2, Joe Maldonado.
That might be Joe Maldonado or Jesus Hernandez, one of those two. Because those are the 2 young men from Weslaco from the the third and fourth heats. But if I had to guess, it might be Jesus Hernandez because he was in section number 3, so they may have just moved him up.
So, yeah, we could only assume that it is him because we don't know what the judges did or what they decided to do. But as you can see there, we do have one more heat coming out here, so chances are this is the final heat. We see
well, we've got Gabriel in lane 3.
Okay, and Gabriel is listed as heat number 4, so
right,
this is probably it right here.
And the 2 young men from Harlingen are in this race as well.
Yes, they're from the relay team.
Yes, Jose Garcia and Pedro Luna. So those are 2 guys to watch out for. And not too far behind is Gabriel Gonzalez. So this is going to be an interesting one. So if this one holds true in the middle, because normally when you talk about track and field, they're going to put your strongest runners in the middle, lane 4, 3, and 5, or right. 4, 5, and 3, better yet.
Right.
So we've got in lane 4 is going to be Jose Garcia, lane 5, Pedro Luna, and lane 3, Gabriel Gonzalez. And Joe Maldonado is the guy that's next to him. So the other gentleman was Jesus Hernandez.
From Harlingen, Jaden Barber. And your winner, girls 100-meter dash.
Jordan Velasquez out of Weslaco East is in this race as well.
Jasmine Flores.
So let's look at this one because this is going to be a good one. Harlingen, lane 4 and 5.
Gun is up.
Weslaco, lane 3.
And in a race like this, it's going to be easy to tell as far as which team is which. You see red representing Harlingen, white representing Wesco High, and then you have Calchasa in black. On the far side over there is Wesco East, and also in black, and then in yellow it's Donna. So at least color-wise, it's going to be easy to tell who's in first and second and so forth.
Right. So here we go. Runners are in their blocks. They are set and they are off. Gabriel off to a great start, but it is Jesus Garcia that has overtaken everyone. Garcia, followed by Luna, followed by Gonzalez. So just as their times came in, it looks like that's how they finished.
Yeah, a great job there by Jose Garcia. Very, very impressive. You see him swinging his arms up and down. And, I mean, you see the replay here. Look, watch his arms, the way they go up and down while other runners are doing it. But see the way he's doing it. He's doing it at a certain speed there. And it just kind of carries into his legs, and he's able to just accelerate fast there and just dominated the race.
Well, by way goes your arms, go your legs as well. And what they teach you in track is not to have too much wasted motion. You want to kind of keep everything in front of you. And we saw that by Garcia. And Garcia congratulating the Westlaco runner, Joe Maldonado. So that was a great race there. And again, Gabriel Garcia came out to a good start. But Gabriel Gonzalez came out to a good start, but Joe Garcia just a little too strong for everyone there.
Yeah, and like as you mentioned, Joe Maldonado and Gabriel Gonzalez trying to keep up, and you know, they did a great job of staying with him as long as they could, but just too much Joe Garcia in the end, and right there we mentioned earlier the running of Harlingen and how strong they are this year. And that's a prime example of it. We saw it in the relay earlier, and then now in this race, we see it in the 100-meter dash. It just in dominant fashion there. Great job.
So good hard running by that Harlingen squad, and of course Westlaco doing very well. Gabriel Gonzalez looked like he came in third there. And we'll wait for the final results as they bring them to us in just a little while, because we did have 3 sections or 3 heats in that race. And the next race is going to be the girls 4x200 meter relay. That's going to be 2 laps around the track. Each young lady running roughly about 200 meters, followed by the boys 4x200 meter relays. And in the first event is going to be the ladies, and in lane 1 is going to be the team from Ed Couch Elsa High School. Lane 2 is going to be Mercedes. In lane 3, Harlingen South. In lane 4, Westlaco High School. Lane 5 is going to be Harlingen High School. In lane 6, Westlaco East. Lane 7, Donna. And in lane 8, Donna North High School. In lane 4, with the fastest qualifying time, are the young ladies from Westlaco High School with a time of 1:46. Jenna Martinez will get things going. Second leg is going to be Lisa Marie Sanchez. The third leg, Liana Cavazos. And it'll be anchored by Alexa Davila. Westlaco East is going to be in lane 6. It'll get started by Giovanna Casares. She'll then hand it off to Brissa Guzman. Third leg is Itzel Rodriguez. And the anchor leg is going to be Giovanna Elizondo. So a couple of great athletes in that race for both squads.
The team from Harlingen.
Yeah, I mean, according to the seating time, Joe, Westlaco with their 146 is 5 seconds better than the next one in line, which is Harlingen at 151. So on paper, it looks good for Westlaco, but we see some young men lining up here.
Right. Looks like we've got something different that is not on our schedule.
Okay.
So we'll wait and see what's going on the track. Okay, we've got what is called the flying projectile, the 400-meter relay. This is the throwers. This is going to be the big man race. Okay, so I guess they inserted something just to kind of give people some time, and of course to make things interesting, and of course always want to give everyone a chance to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. So 400 meters is what, a whole lap around the track.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So this is a mix of boys and girls.
Okay.
This is going to be your shot putters, your discus runners.
Right.
Now, don't ever underestimate these guys, because I was watching the NFL Combine last week, and there were a couple of linemen running 4.5s in the 40.
I mean, they're going to prove to us that, yeah, we can throw a discus, we can throw a shot put, but, hey, we could also run.
We may not be as fast as those other guys, but we can give them a run for their money.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We see a good start here.
It's going to be the team from Westlaco. They get the handoff first.
And I want to say that's Gia Cavazos out of Westlaco High there with the baton in first place there. She won the discus. I believe she got second place, actually. I'll check that out a little later. But
and she's going to give it to Alia Cantu. Alia Cantu, a multi-sport athlete. She plays volleyball, she plays basketball, she runs track, and she even plays a little bit of softball.
Yeah, they're doing a great job there on the turnaround and
Yeah,
hand it off.
giving Westlaco a big lead, and Westlaco has the baton first, and it looks like they're going to win this flying projectile 4x100-meter relay, and it looks like the team from Harlingen maybe is making some ground. But Westlaco staying strong and finishing, and they finished under a minute.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good job there all around when you consider it's boys and girls combining for this race. And I mean, yeah, very, very impressive all around there. A great race to watch. Very entertaining.
Very entertaining, and I'm glad you said that because I was about to say the same thing. We had some, in the background, some coaches, and you could see a lot of smiles and a couple of laughs on their faces.
Oh, great shot there by Don Ramirez there. We see a teammate jumping up, and they're like, great job. Great race. I mean, they're very proud. I mean, this is something to be proud of. And I mean, it's a big deal for these young men to prove that, hey, you know, I can also run. I can run. I can hang with the fast runners too.
The flying projectile 400-meter relay, and it looks like Westlaco took that one. So what a great fun race to do. There's Aaliyah Cantu congratulating the rest of her team.
I tell you what, that last 100 meters was pretty entertaining there. You see Harlingen making a move there toward the end and gave Westlaco a scare. Look at that. Look at that young man flying projectile, flying through the race.
Yeah, Westlaco had maybe about a 15-meter lead getting starting that last leg, and that young man from Harlingen quickly closed the gap and almost was able to catch up, but Westlaco strong enough to hang on, and it looks like he finished with about a 5-meter lead. So once again, Westlaco wins that projectile fun 4x100-meter relay. So now we're ready to go to the girls 4x200-meter relay. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, in lane 1, it's the girls from Edcouch Elsa High School. Lane 2, Mercedes High School. Lane 3, Harlingen South High School. Lane 4, with the fastest qualifying time, Westlaco High School. Lane 5, Harlingen. Lane 6, Westlaco East. Lane 7, Donna. And in lane 8, Donna North High School. So again, the girls from Westlaco coming in with the fastest time. Starting this one off for Westlaco is going to be Gina Martinez. Second leg, Lisa Marie Sanchez. Third leg, Liana Cavazos. And the fourth leg, Alexa Davila. Your Westlaco East Wildcats, they'll get started with Giovanna Casares, who will hand it off to Brissa Guzman. Third leg, Itzel Rodriguez. Anchoring this race is going to be Giovanna Elizondo. Brissa Guzman won something in the field events this morning because I heard her name being called on the overhead.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Brissa got 4th place in the girls' triple jump there. And while we have a few minutes, I'll announce who got the top spots in the girls' triple jump. It was Brissa Guzman out of Westlaco East who got 4th place. Lisa Marie Sanchez out of Westlaco.
She's also running this race.
Okay.
And you know what? Those two young ladies are the second legs of their respective schools.
Right, okay. And then we talked about Amira Ebarb, who's done well in the running events. She got 2nd place in the girls' triple jump. And your 1st place winner was Caroline Granum out of Harlingen South with a jump of 36 feet, 8 inches, .75. So congratulations.
All right, so it looks like the 4x200-meter relay is getting ready to get started. There's a couple of last-minute or last-second details the judges are going over right now. It looks like the starter's got everything under control, and he's coming back to his station. So once he gets up to his station, it looks like we will be ready to get started. And it looks like we are just seconds away from getting this one underway. So the gun is up, and the ladies will get to their blocks. Again, this is the 4x200-meter relay, meaning that each of the young ladies will run roughly around 200 meters, and it is 2 laps around the track. Lane 4 is Westlaco High School. Lane 6, Westlaco East High School. They're set, and they're off. Looks like that's a good, clean start. 1:45.51 is the record set in 1997.
Remove the starting blocks from the track.
So here we go, first leg. And it looks like Donna has made up ground there, out there in lane number 7. Westlaco away with the baton first. Good exchange there from the first to second leg, and Westlaco making up some ground, and they're going to come down this home stretch here in the first lap in first place. But Westlaco East doing a great job. We talked about Brissa and Lisa Marie, so two great athletes going head to head right here in this race. And again, Westlaco first place, Westlaco East in second, followed by Donna. And those handoffs were right around the same time, but you got to remember Westlaco East is on the inside lane, so they've got the lead. And the Donna young lady is making up some ground, and that's going to be Emily Jones running a good, strong third leg for Donna High School. The third leg for Westlaco High School is Liana Cavazos doing a great job, and Westlaco East, Itzel Rodriguez doing a wonderful job as well. And now for Westlaco High, Alexa Davila has the baton, and she's got a commanding lead for the Lady Panthers. And Giovanna Elizondo for Westlaco East, and she is making up some ground, and they are in second place, are the Westlaco East Lady Wildcats. Donna in third place, running a good race. Harlingen fourth, Harlingen South in fifth, and it looks like the girls from Westlaco High School will take home the gold in this one, followed by the girls from Westlaco East with the silver. So a good race there by those two young squads from Westlaco High School and Westlaco East High School.
Yeah, a great job there by both teams there. Westlaco ISD dominating this event here. Westlaco High doing a great job exchanging the batons there. It was perfectly timed. All the girls we're in sync, and say hi to the camera there. You see a great finish there by the anchor. That would be Alexa Davila there, just pretty much. Basically, it was just like, what time is she going to finish with? And I thought for a second there maybe they would have an outside shot of the meet record there, but it looks like they fell about 2 seconds short there, but still a strong race overall there. So great job by the Lady Panthers.
Yeah, one of the things that makes it really difficult is when there's no one really pushing you. When you're out there running on your own, it makes things a little difficult. As you mentioned, Mike, you thought that they might come away with a meet record. Now, say that they have a little bit more competition, who's to say they can't?
Sure. And then I noticed there that Alexa's wearing like a little brace in her hamstring area, so you wonder if she's maybe bothered a little by the hamstring and just kind of wants to maybe take it easy a little bit, doesn't want to risk injury. It's not like this is a district meet or a regional meet or anything like that. Just want to make sure that she finishes the race and that she's okay.
Well, she did finish the race. She looks like she's okay, and I'm pretty sure whatever ailments she may have went away once they put that gold medal around her neck.
Absolutely there.
So we've got the boys 4x200 meter relay up next, and in lane 1 is going to be Donna North High School. Lane 2, Harlingen High School. Lane 3, Mercedes High School. Lane 4, Westlaco East High School. In lane 5 is going to be Westlaco High School. Lane 6, Harlingen South High School. Lane 7, Edcouch Elsa. And in lane 8, Donna High School. Westlaco East coming in with the fastest qualifying time at 1:31.18, and that is going to be Adrian Mendoza starting things off. Hector Muniz, second leg. Third leg is going to be Jordan Velasquez, followed by the anchor, John Animas. Westlaco High School just about a second behind with a time of 1:32.84. That's going to be started off by Alex Esparza. Devin Dena will be the second leg. KJ Jones is the third leg, and Jesus Perez will be the anchor.
And while we have a few moments, I have the results of the girls 4x200 meter relay. Fourth place was Harlingen. In third place was Donna. In second place was Westlaco East. And your first place winner with a time of 1:48.70 is Westlaco High School.
Great job by those two schools, as you mentioned, Mike. Westlaco ISD well represented in the 4x200 meter relay girls division.
And I also have the results of the boys 100-meter dash. In fourth place was Joe Maldonado out of Westlaco High. In third place was Gabriel Gonzalez out of Westlaco High. In second place was Pedro Luna out of Harlingen with a time of 10.97. And then in your first place winner was Jose Garcia out of Harlingen with 10.68. So that was a very competitive race.
And a very good time, 10.6. That's better than what he came in with, a 10.8. So the 4x200 meter relay boys division is underway. Adrian Mendoza, Alex Esparza for East and High are the first legs of your high schools. And here we go with the exchange. And East with a great exchange. Harlingen South as well, but Westlaco High making up ground rather quickly. And second leg for Westlaco High School is going to be Devin Dena. What a good race being run by him. And in the second leg for Westlaco East, also doing a great job, is going to be Hector Muniz. Handoff to the third, a good exchange by Westlaco. KJ Jones is the third leg. Jordan Velasquez is the third leg for Westlaco East, and they are neck and neck, first and second place. Harlingen South is in third. Westlaco East beginning to extend their lead. Now Harlingen South looks like they've taken over second place. So here comes the final leg. The exchange for Westlaco East is a clean one. John Animas is your anchor for your Wildcats. And the anchor for Westlaco High is Jesus Perez. And here come the Westlaco East Wildcats in first place and your Panthers in second place. It's Westlaco East, Westlaco High, Harlingen South, and Harlingen. Westlaco East hangs on, and it looks like it's going to be Westlaco High, Harlingen, and Harlingen South. What a good finish. Other than Westlaco East, second, third, and fourth is a tight one.
Yeah, I think that last handoff there from Jordan Velasquez to John Animas for Westlaco East was the difference there. He was a nice clean handoff, and once Animas got the handoff, we see there last 50 meters or so of John Animas there. But once he got that baton, he just kind of went on his turn there and just never looked back there. Just did an outstanding job running the race. And Westlaco looked like they were coming in second place there. But then at the very end, Harlingen sneaking in, and we'll wait for the official results. But I want to say that Harlingen finished the race in second place. That was very, very close. It looked like the Panthers were in control for that silver medal, but then the Cardinals just kind of snuck in at the very end. The anchor for Harlingen was a Jesus Manriquez there, so we got to give him credit there for hustling and not giving up, and might have helped his team finish the silver medal in this race.
Yeah, what a great finish there in that one. That is a 4x200 meter relay boys division, and we'll wait for the results. We know Westlaco East got first place, and second, third, and fourth is going to be tight because we had Westlaco High, Harlingen High, and Harlingen South all finishing very strong. The 400 meter dash girls division, we've got three sections or three heats, a lot of people like to call them. And in the first race is going to be in lane 1, Stephanie Rodriguez from Progreso, Riley Castañeda in lane 2 from Mercedes, Giovanna Moya from Mercedes in lane 3, Natalie Basan, Westlaco East High School in lane 4, Adriana Aguilar out of Ed Couch Elsa in lane 5. Ashley Adame in lane 6, also out of Ed Couch Elsa. And Kimberly Guyana is in lane 7 out of Donna North High School. Looks like lane 3 is empty. So they're off in the first heat of the girls 400 meter dash, and again we've got three sections of this race.
And while we have some time, I got the results of the boys 4x200 meter relay. In fourth place was Harlingen South. Third place, Joe, was Harlingen High, so they didn't finish in second like maybe we anticipated. Second place was Westlaco High, and your first place winner with a time of 1:32.31 was Westlaco East. Congratulations.
Well, look at second, third, and fourth, 133.36, 133.43, 133.45. So all those less than 1/10 of a second differential. So here we go, the final stretch, or the home stretch of the first of 3 races in the girls 400 meter dash. And in lane 4, Natalie Basan, Westlaco East, and we've got another young lady from Edcal Chelsea in lane 5, Adriana Aguilar, who has just taken over first place. And it looks like Aguilar out of Edcal Chelsea will win this heat, followed by Basan out of Westlaco East High School.
Yeah, nice job there by the young girls there. They pretty much ran their seating time there, so we could only hope that they perhaps beat those times. I know that's always a coach's goal there, and for the athletes as well. But yeah, it was a very competitive race all around by the young ladies.
Yeah, you always want to improve your time week in and week out. You always want to improve just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. So by the time you get to district, you are peaking. And you keep that, of course, through regionals and, of course, state. So here we go. We are going to get ready for the second of 3 sections for the girls 400-meter dash. Salma Hurtado in lane 1 out of Dana North High School. Felicia Salazar, Westlaco East High School in lane 2. Kaylin Agüeros in lane 3 out of Mercedes High School. Ana Vela in lane 4 from Westlaco High School. Lane 5, Diani Garcia, Progreso. Lane 6, Laura Juarez, Dana North High School. And in lane 7, Liliana Acuna, Dana High School. And lane 8, Giselle Zamora, Dana High School. So in this race, in lane 2, you've got Felicia Salazar, Westlaco East High School, and Ana Vela from Westlaco High School in lane 4. Looks like lane 5, Progreso runner Diani Garcia is not in this race. Nor in lane 7 do we have Liliana Acuna from Dana High School.
Yeah, a lot of times what happens, Joe, is that you'll have some athletes that are scheduled to run in a particular race, but then they'll have them running in a later event, and the coaches will decide, well, no, let's scratch her out of this race, and we'll use her later on.
Yeah, exactly, and or maybe a relay that you had somebody, not able to make it, or an injury, or or whatever, So yeah, so they do shuffle people around week in and week out. Looks like in lane 4 out of Westlaco High School, Ana Vela running a very great paced race, and right next to her is going to be
top 3 finishers for the boys 4x2.
Yeah, we see
the runner in lane 8, Giselle Zamora out of Dana.
Relay winners, top 3. Please
we see a great angle here of the final turn.
So we got Westlaco, Ana Vela, Kaylin Agüeros from Mercedes as well. And here we go. Vela taking over Mercedes, and looks like Vela's gonna win this heat, followed by Agüeros out of Mercedes. So a good job there by Ana Vela. Finishing strong her heat. So she's going to finish somewhere in the top, because that was a very good time. If I'm not mistaken, she may have finished right around 67 seconds.
Yeah, rock solid job there by Vela. And she came out strong pretty much the last half of the race there. Did an outstanding job on the turns, and in the last 100 meters was able to surpass Mercedes' Kaylin Agüeros there, and you see there about a 10-yard or 10-meter lead there, and just swinging the arms back and forth there,
and digging deep.
It's all hard.
Yeah, that open quarter is a very tough run, because it is a 1-lap all-out sprint. So now we're going to the third and final section of the girls' 400-meter dash, and in this section, in lane 1 out of Harlingen, Madeline Sweeney. In lane 2, Progreso's Nicole Trevino. In lane 3, Desiree Sanchez out of Harlingen. And lane 4, the one that we need to be watching, is Amity Ebarb out of Westlaco High School. Lane 5, Brandy Garcia, Westlaco East. In lane 6, Sydney White, Harlingen South. Lane 7, Jacqueline Estrada, Dana High School. And in lane 8, Kirsten Catan, Harlingen High School. We were talking about this earlier, Mike, just being able to run to the level of your competition. Brandy, who has run 61 seconds in this race, is going to see her stiffest challenge thus far in Amity Ebarb. So we'll see if
In second
Brandy
place,
is up for the challenge. This is always a good race
And your
when you're
winner in the boys
up
4x200
against the
meter
best.
relay.
Yeah, and we saw Emily Ebarb
Team consisting of
set a
Baby
meet record earlier in the day in the
Jordan
800-meter
Velasquez,
run.
Muñiz,
Comes into
and
this
John
race as the
Ivey
only
with a
one
time of
under a minute in the
1:32.31.
seating.
The
Not a
team
minute,
from
but
Westlaco East.
Yeah, under a minute.
under a minute
Yeah.
in her seating time, and so it's going to be interesting to see how it's already been a long day for her being part of the field events and then having to run an 800-meter run. So you wonder if she has enough gas in her to finish under a minute and to perhaps set some kind of record or personal best.
Well, as far as conditioning, she is a very conditioned athlete because remember, we've talked about this. She's a state qualifier in cross country. And if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correct, she actually was the high point getter in a track meet not too long ago. So she's able to finish at a very high level. So here we go. We are off. And Amity Ebarb quickly making up the stagger on the 4th, 5th, and 6th lanes. She's already making up the stagger on the lady in the 8th lane. So she's easily ahead of this one by 10 meters. So Amity Ebarb out in front on this one. In second place, it looks like it's going to be Brandy Garcia out of Westlaco East High School. So here comes Amity, final 200 meters. And there's no one on the screen. So that means that you're way ahead of your competition. As she makes the turn, she's got about a 15-meter lead on the field. So it's Amity Ebarb followed by Brandy Garcia. And out of Harlingen, you got Desiree Sanchez in 3rd place. So this one is going to be a runaway for Amity Ebarb. And here comes Brandy running hard, finishing strong, trying to keep off the young lady from Harlingen, Desiree Sanchez.
I'll tell you what, Joe, it's going to be close. We see Amity Ebarb cross the finish line there at the 57-second mark. So it depends. Her seating time was 57.13. That's better than the meet record. So let's see what the official results are. But there's a chance that she might have set a meet record.
And that would be her 2nd of the night. So here we go. Here's the replay. And again, here she's finishing strong. Look at her arms going up and down. Look at her knees still coming up high. So that's a very strong runner right there.
And she even kind of gave a little fist bump as soon as she finished. She crossed the finish line there. And there are some coaches there applauding her and encouraging her. So job well done.
And she didn't even look tired. Look at that, Mike. She walks up there with confidence to go shake Coach Almaguer, Coach Rivera's hand. And who is that is saying hi to her?
That's her sister, isn't it?
No.
No?
That is Arndt. Eleanor Arndt.
Eleanor Arndt, that's right. That's right. Yeah, she just graduated.
She's running for UTRGV.
UTRGV, yes. Yes, a great career at Westlaco High. She
A storybook career.
Storybook career, yeah. She set some records here too. An outstanding runner, and so Amity is just kind of next man up, I guess you can say, or next woman up. Keeping that tradition alive of keeping the Westlaco High girls track going
And very strong. So now we're headed to the boys 400-meter dash, and we've got 4 heats or 4 sections in this race. In section number 1, Samuel Jackson out of Mercedes in lane number 3. In lane number 2, out of Westlaco East High School, Osvaldo Gallegos. In lane number 5, Brandon Davila from Mercedes. We're going to have the second section, and that'll include Irvin Diaz out of Westlaco East, Julian Castillo, Jorge Arredondo, Austin Davila, Nathaniel Navarro, Luis Piña, Alexis Lopez Mata, and Jorge Ponce. In the third of the 4th heats today, in lane 1,
Heat
Christian
number 1,
Coronado,
boys,
lane 2,
400
Antonio Cedeño, Westlaco East High
Lane
School.
2 from Donna.
Maynard Moran out of Westlaco High School in
Lane
lane number
5
3,
from Head
Ethan
Scouts,
Rodriguez.
Nathaniel Navarro.
In lane 5, Sebastian
And in lane 7 from
Flores,
Head Scouts,
Westlaco High School. Isaac Moreno in lane 6, Rodolfo Sandoval in lane 7, and Samuel Cerda in lane 8. And in the 4th of 4 sections, and we'll go over those in just a second because we're going to start the first section here in the boys 400 meter dash. Remember, in lane 4, we've got Osvaldo Gallegos. Looks like they may have moved him to lane 5, because lane 4 was empty from the screen as I took a peek over there.
And it looked like there was a young man in a yellow shirt, which would be from Donna,
Right.
running this first heat.
And he's not listed in our group here. And to be
Yeah.
honest with you, that's not even a West East guy. It's an Ed Couch Elsa young man. So
Okay.
that would, he's not even in our group there.
So there's a chance, just like we saw earlier, where they might have just moved some of these runners from the second heat to this first race right here. So we do know that Eka Chelsea, for now, has the lead in this race.
So the young man from Edcout Chelsea will finish first in the first section of 4. But again, as we learned earlier, we may not even have 4. We may have 3. So we'll wait and see on that one. But nonetheless, the young man from Edcout Chelsea did finish first in the first section. We have some more results.
Yes, we do, Joe. I got the results for the girls' 400 meter dash. In 4th place was Nicole Trevino out of Progreso. So congratulations for the Progreso, young lady from Progreso, playing this kind of competition. And then in 3rd place was Desiree Sanchez out of Harlingen. In 2nd place was Brandy Garcia out of Westlaco East. And your 1st place winner, Joe, was Amity Ebarb out of Westlaco with a time of 57.86, and I am told that is not a record.
She missed it by 0.21.
Wow.
57.65 was the record.
Yeah. So it was close.
So what a good race there nonetheless
Heat
by
number 2.
Amity.
Boys 400 meter dash.
So again, just a great outing by that young lady, Amity Ebarb, as she continues to dominate in this competition. Again, we were talking about this earlier. She was a state qualifier in cross country earlier this year. So we're headed out to the second of 4. And as we have learned, it's possible that they could have combined some. Because in lane 3, we've got a young man from Westlaco, and according to my paperwork, that's not correct. So again, they're maybe combining, as you alluded to earlier, Mike. You know, sometimes they withdraw certain athletes from certain events to put them in other events. So we'll wait and see. So we've got Westlaco in lane 3 and in lane 5. We've got Donna in lane 4, Harlingen South in lane 6, and lane 7. I cannot tell who we got in lane 7. Could be Ed Couch Elsa High School.
Or maybe even Progreso, because I know that Progreso has a representative in the 3rd heat.
So here we go, getting ready for the second of 4 sections, or second of 4 heats, however you want to say it. And we're off. A good, clean start.
Dash, top 3 finishers. In 3rd place from Harlingen, Desiree Sanchez. In 2nd
So
place
we
from
are
Westlaco
on
East,
the back
Brandy
stretch.
Garcia.
You got the young man from Westlaco in lane 3. He's already made up the stagger.
Amity Ebarb.
You see him turning around here, surpassing the other runners here, taking over this race as he makes the final turn.
So Westlaco running strong, and a young man from Donna running strong as well, and he's going to take over. And he finishes strong with a 53-second 400-meter dash. So that was a very good race run there by the young man from Donna.
Yeah, outstanding job there, catching up to the runner from Westlaco High there. And as you mentioned, Joe, he finished strong there. Last 100 meters, he just really took it up a notch or two there. And it seemed to me like the young man from Westlaco just kind of ran out of gas toward the end. And you see the Donna athlete just taking over this race there.
Well, he's got a number 4 on his leg, and we should have had a Donna young man running in lane number 4 in race number 3 by the name of Ethan Rodriguez. And that young man runs 54s, so running a 53 is not beyond what we saw right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so that shows that if it is him, he surpassed his seating time there.
So we're headed off to the 3rd section. And in this section, Sebastian Flores in lane 5. And we'll see if we've got Cedeño in lane 2 from Westlaco East. The young man that ran the previous race may have been Maynard Moran, because he was wearing a number 3 and he would have had a 3rd lane in this race.
And I'm looking at the runners that are lining up for this next race, and I see that the way they're lining up is how they have it listed for the 4th heat. You have a runner, a Harlingen South runner at lane 8, and you have a Donna runner at lane 7. And number 6 is also a runner from Harlingen South, and so forth. So I'm guessing that perhaps we're in
the 4th section.
4th section.
They may have combined the first 3 into 2, and the final one is correct because that is Gabriel Gonzalez in lane 5.
Okay. So this should be it for the boys' 400-meter dash.
So we've got Gabriel Gonzalez with a 50.59 time coming into this race. Second to Cole Sweeney out of Harlingen with a 50.57. He is in lane 4. Eric Quilantan in lane 3, 51.57. So those are 3 guys to be watching out for. So they are off, and it looks like Gabriel is making up the stagger on the first turn. And the young man from Harlingen South, Lopez, is beginning to make a move as well, turning it up just a little bit. And Cole Sweeney is starting to make a move as well. He is just a step behind Gabriel, and now he has overtaken Gabriel, and on his inside is Eric Quilantan in 2nd place. So here we go with Sweeney, Quilantan, and Gonzalez as we head to the home stretch. Cole, Quilantan, and Gonzalez is the way it looks like it is going to finish. Gonzalez making a move, but I don't think it was enough to take over Quilantan.
Yeah, Sweeney pretty much took over the last 200 meters of the race there. Had a great turn there. And for Valley fans that follow local sports for a long, long time, I'm pretty sure and I'm confident that he comes from a family named Scott Sweeney, who played for the great 1989 Harlingen Cardinal football team, a great running back there. And I'm more than sure there's a relation there. But believe it or not, Joe, their family originated from Westlaco before moving to Harlingen.
We have a lot of Sweeneys here in Westlaco, Brad Sweeney and family as well. So I'm very familiar with the Sweeney family out of Westlaco, and I'll ask them when I see them if they're related to the Sweeney family out of Harlingen.
Right. And then Scott Sweeney, as mentioned, just a great football career. The 1989 Harlingen Cardinal team, and then we see this young man, Cole Sweeney, with an outstanding run there. Very strong young man, and had a great race there. Did a great job.
Brad Sweeney was the other man I was thinking about. Bill and Brad Sweeney are the 2 people that I know from Westlaco, and I'll ask them when I see them. But nonetheless, what a great race. As you mentioned, Mike, Cole Sweeney coming strong on the second half of that race. Gonzalez running a good race, but Cole Sweeney a little too strong. Quilantan strong as well, and looked like Gonzalez was making a move at the end to catch on to Quilantan, but Quilantan was able to just have enough gas in that tank to hold him off and finish in 2nd place.
And that was just handed the official results of the boys' 400-meter dash. We'll say them real quick. In 4th place was Randall Lopez out of Harlingen South. excuse me, in third place was a Gabriel Gonzalez out of Weslaco. Second place was a Eric Galantan out of Harlingen. And your first place winner with a time of 51.26 is Cole Sweeney out of Harlingen.
Yeah, we gotta think that headwind on the home stretch has got to affect them, because as we've been talking about it, it's a very strong wind, and so they've got to run into that wind as they finish up these races. So that's probably why we're not seeing times as fast as they've been putting up this year. So we're now headed to the girls' 300-meter race. We've got two sections of this race. In the first section, out of Mercedes in lane 2 is going to be Giovanna Moya. Jaziel Lopez from Dana in lane 3. Juliana Garces and Cauchelsa in lane 4. Vanessa Garcia, Dana North High School in lane 5. And Sydney Portillo out of Harlingen in lane 6. The second section is going to include, out of Harlingen South in lane 1, Paisley Wood. In lane 2, Arlis Munoz from Weslaco East. Desiree Sanchez from Harlingen in lane 3. Lisa Marie Sanchez from Weslaco in lane 4. Calissa Cavazos from Weslaco in lane 5. Clarissa Jaramillo in lane 6 out of Weslaco East High School. Also out of Weslaco East High School in lane 7 will be Cassandra Escobedo. And in lane 8, Denise Acuna out of Dana North High School. So in the second of these two sections, quite a few runners from both high schools representing Weslaco ISD. 2 from Weslaco High and 3 from Weslaco East, all with very good times.
Yeah, this should be fun, Joe, because as you can see, we have hurdles lined up all around the track area. So they're going to run, since being that it's the 300-meter hurdles there. So they're going to kind of start from the far side, and then they're going to run all around there all the way to the finish line. And so this is going to be a fun event to watch.
Yeah, it is. It's a sprint, but it also requires a lot of endurance, because 300 meters is quite a bit of a distance to cover at a full-out sprint. And then you have to tackle it or add in the hurdles.
Right.
So that makes it a little challenging.
Right. And I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, toward the end, as you finish, you got to be in great condition in order to finish this race here. So, yeah, it requires a lot of running, some jumping, and a lot of heart, and a lot of digging deep inside. So this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, and of course, as we've been talking about that wind, they finish into the wind, so it's going to be a good race. So here we go. The runners are in their blocks. The starter has them set. In 2014, the record was set 46.35. And they're off. And it looks like we've got Jazael Lopez off to an early lead. And it looks like on the top of the screen, a young lady from Harlingen, Portillo, is just with her. Now it looks like Portillo is in the lead. Dana had started off pretty strong, and now it looks like Sydney Portillo is turning it on. She is in the 6th lane, and here she comes on the turn, and she's extended her lead. She's opened it up. As we finish here, the first of 2 sections in the girls' 300-meter hurdle. And that is going to be Sydney Portillo out of Harlingen winning the first one. And following up in second place is going to be Jazael Lopez. And again, I say that loosely because we have 2 heats.
Yeah, we have 2 heats there, but a great race by the young lady from Harlingen, Portillo there. Looked like she was kind of huffing and puffing toward the end, was able to cleanly jump all those hurdles there in the last one. She came close there, but you see a replay here. She was able to tip it a little bit, and she was able to maintain her balance there and keep running there and finish strong there. But yeah, this isn't easy, Joe. I mean, we talked about earlier in the day when we saw the boys running the 110s and the girls running the 100s, how the way they time it, they go 1, 2, 3, jump, 1, 2, 3, jump. This one requires a lot of running before you even jump a hurdle.
They're a little more spread out.
They're a little more spread out. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's hard.
That it is, and then you gotta focus on finishing as well, because again, this is not an easy race. It is almost, like I like to say, a long distance
Down
race.
on the infield,
And
please.
just to think about
Between the
this, Mike,
starter
once you
and
get out of the
top
high school
speed.
level, the next
Coming
level
up.
collegiately, it becomes a 400-meter hurdle race.
So that's a whole lap of running and then jumping hurdles.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. So, I mean, yeah, it's great though. It's great to see these athletes give it their all and finish a race strong.
So here we go, ready for the second of two. And again, we have in this race two young ladies from Westlaco High School in lanes 4 and 5. Lisa Marie Sanchez in lane 4 and Calisa Cavazos in lane 5. Westlaco East well represented as well in this race. Lane 6, Larissa Jaramillo. Lane 7, Cassandra Escobedo. And in lane 2, Arlis Munoz. And they're off. Again, lane 4, Lisa Marie Sanchez with the best qualifying time at 46.73, and it looks like she is off to an early lead, and she's making mincemeat of the first couple of hurdles. You were talking about the way they run and jump over those hurdles. Look how smoothly she gets over those hurdles.
Yeah, she's just making it look easy. And you mentioned, Joe, throughout the afternoon about that stagger there. I mean, once you're able to clear those first two hurdles there, and you're able to turn around that stagger, and that's what Lisa Marie has done there. And you know, she's just doing a clean job there of jumping those hurdles there and finishing strong there.
And she looked up at the Jumbotron to see how far people were behind her. And I don't know if you caught this, Mike, but there was a little smile on her face.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the great thing about a brand new scoreboard there is, I mean, we already had a beautiful scoreboard even before this year, but now that we have this, you know, bigger scoreboard with all kinds of neat features on it and this bigger screen for the athletes to look at. And you see, we could catch that smile that you're talking about, Joe, her looking up in the screen. And they're able to see from a distance what kind of lead they have. And just like in football, it's the same thing. You know, the football players have the ability to look up at the screen and say they either catch a long pass or go on a long running play. And yeah, that's right. You raise up that purple and white right there, represent Westlaco.
Yeah, she's proud of that Westlaco across her chest. And she should be. She ran a great race. That's Lisa Marie Sanchez out of Westlaco. It looks like she's going to take home the gold in the girls' 300-meter hurdles. And up next, it is the boys' 300-meter hurdles, and we've got two sections as well. In our first section, Jay Valle at Donna North High School is in lane number 1. Michael Rodriguez out of Ed Cauchelsa will be in lane 2. And lane 3 is going to be Jaime Hernandez, also out of Ed Cauchelsa High School. In lane 4, Ethan Alvarado out of Westlaco High School. He comes in with the best time thus far. In lane 5, Ryan Ramirez. Lane 6, Rowdy Sandoval from Westlaco High School. In lane 7, Matthew Maldonado out of Ed Cauchelsa High School. And in lane 8, Ramsey Vasquez out of Westlaco East High School. Second section, we're going to have Isaiah Silva from Mercedes, Devin Tagle, Israel Villarreal, Nitai Duran, Manuel Conde, Fernando Mendez out of Westlaco High School, Israel Alegría, and Josiah Vela. And we'll give you guys all the details once we get to the second section. But first, we've got the first one. And again, we've got out of Westlaco, Ethan Alvarado in lane 4, Rowdy Sandoval in lane 6, and Westlaco East High School, Ramsey Vasquez in lane 8. So here we go. They're sending them into their blocks. Runners are set. And they're off. In lane 1, Jay Valle chooses or opts not to get out of the blocks. Ramsey looks like he was over the hurdle first. And Ramsey, of course, we know is an outstanding athlete.
Yeah, he plays football for the Wildcats and plays a number of positions there and had an outstanding year.
And inside in lane 3, lane 4 looks like Ethan Alvarado is made a move on Ramsey. So we'll see how they come down the home stretch. Ramsey's just extended his lead by a little bit, but Ryan Ramirez out of Mercedes coming on strong here at the end. and it's going to be Ramirez. And Ramsey's going to take it, followed by Ramirez. And Ethan Alvarado looks like he got third place, but not by much. It looks like the young man from Edcal Chelsea was in there as well.
And I'll tell you what, Joe, if Ryan Ramirez would have maybe put his head down toward the end, he might have had an outside shot of beating Ramsey Vasquez there. See the replay, Ramsey there kind of jumping the hurdle there, and but great job there by the young man from Mercedes there. But as we see, you see the Westlaco Panther there in third place there. But
Ethan?
Yeah, that would be Ethan Alvarado there, who it looks like he finished third in this heat. But a great race overall, and great job by Ramsey Vasquez there. Had a good start to the race and was able to finish strong.
Yeah. Ramsey doing a good job. Ethan doing a good job for Westlaco as well. Ryan for Mercedes. And we're headed out to the second of two sections for the boys 300-meter hurdles. And in this section, in lane number 1 out of Mercedes, Isaiah Silva. In lane number 2, Harlingen South representative Devin Tagle. Also out of Harlingen South in lane 3 is going to be Israel Villarreal. And lane 4, another young man from Harlingen South, Nitai Duran. In lane 5, Harlingen High School, Manuel Conde. Lane 6, Fernando Mendez from Westlaco High School. In lane 7, Israel Alegria from Mercedes. And in lane 8, Josiah Vela, Dana High School.
And I have the results of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. In fourth place, Clarissa Jaramillo out of Westlaco East. In third place is Desiree Sanchez out of Harlingen. In second place is Calissa Cavazos out of Westlaco. And your first place winner with a time of 47.06 is Lisa Marie Sanchez out of Westlaco. Also worth mentioning, Joe, that now that we're getting deeper into the meet, I also have some team scores after 29 events. We got Westlaco in first place with 251 points. In second place is Harlingen with 202 points.
Awesome. So here we go in the second of two heats or sections of the boys 300-meter hurdles. Fernando Mendez and Israel Alegria in the lead on this one. Looks like Alegria has a half-step lead on Mendez. So Alegria in lane 7 for Mercedes leading this one. And the young man in lane 2 from Harlingen South, Tagle, running a good race, and now he's coming on strong, and he's going to overtake and win this one. So a great finish by Tagle as he overtakes Alegria to win this one. It looks like it's going to be Tagle, Alegria, and Mendez. And, of course, that is all unofficial.
Yeah, Fernando Mendez toward the end, sneaking up on the Mercedes runner there. As we see the replay there, it looks like Mercedes was in good position to finish strong. And then you see Harlingen South there. But then you see Mendez coming in there. And you see Mercedes there kind of hesitating on one of those hurdles, the very last hurdle. So it looks like, yeah, you're right, Joe. It looks like the runner from Harlingen South was your top winner there. But, yeah, it seemed to me like Alegria was having problems with that last hurdle there. And I think that's what hurt him finish to not finish in first place. And then you see Fernando Mendez kind of sneaking in there. And there's an outside chance he might have gotten second place. But we'll see once we get the official results.
Well, you also saw in lane number 1, Isaiah Silva coming on strong there at the end, because you had Tagle, which seems to be in first place, followed by Alegria, Mendez, and Silva. So those three guys were very tight in second, third, and fourth. But we'll wait for all the official results. You want to go ahead and give us those point totals once again?
Yes, the point totals for the girls after 29 events was in first place is Westlaco with 251 points, and in second place was Harlingen with 202 points. In third place is Westlaco East with 167 points, and in fourth place is Harlingen South with 132 points. So the Lady Panthers in great position up to this point with a pretty good lead there. In this meet. We still have about 5 or 6 more races to go. So still a little bit of work to be done here, but Lady Panthers coming through once again.
looking strong here in this meet. So we're going to head to the girls 200-meter dash. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and stay true to what they've been doing this afternoon. And now we're heading into the early evening. Is they're going to finish on the other side of the track.
Boys 300-meter hurdlers.
So it looks like they're going to start them over here.
Okay. Just handed to me is the boys 300-meter hurdles. Fourth place was Isaiah Silva out of Mercedes. In third place was Fernando Mendez out of Weslaco. And finishing just ahead of him is Israel Alegria out of Mercedes in second place. And your first place winner out of Harlingen South with a time of 43.31 is Devin Tagle. Okay. So congratulations to him. And also, after 30 events, we have Weslaco in first place with 257 combined points. And in second place is Harlingen with 202 points. And in third place is Weslaco East with 169 points. And in fourth place is Harlingen South with 142 points. So most of the damage that Harlingen South has done in this meet has been in the field events. But the boys coming through for Weslaco High. Last year, Harlingen won the Jimmy Platt Invitational, but up to this point, we have both the boys and girls in first place.
And if you look at the point totals, they're very close, boys and girls, first, second, and third, with Harlingen having the same amount of points, boys and girls squads.
Runners report to the clerk.
Yeah, so I think both head coaches for Weslaco High are pretty happy of where they're at, but they also know that a lot can still happen.
Yeah.
And I know Coach Boswell would tell me that, you know, when you have those long distance races, I think that's the one event where you can rack up a lot of points. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the 1600 meter run that does rack up quite a bit of points. So
yeah, because you could have 3 people finish in the top 3.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, still a lot of work to be done, and we have seen in past invitationals and meets that scenario happen. So you know, they're in great position, but you know, you still don't get too comfortable. There's still work to be done.
Absolutely. And we were talking about the 200-meter dash happening up next, and they're going to stay true to where they're finishing up on the opposite end from where we are at. So they're going to start right here, and we've got the 200-meter dash, and it's going to be 4 sections for the girls and 4 sections for the boys. So we've got those for you. In the first section, Madeline Sweeney of Harlingen is going to be in lane 1. In lane 2, Laura Juarez out of Donna North High School. Areli Vasquez out of Edcao Chelsea is going to be in lane 5.
1 of 4 girls 200-meter dash.
And that's going to be the 3 runners in section number 1. So we've got a young lady from Edcao Chelsea in Areli Vasquez, Laura Juarez in lane 4, and Madeline Sweeney in lane 3. So we've got them accurate as they are on our form and as they are on the track. So this is going to be the girls 200-meter dash. And we've got 4 sections happening in both boys and girls divisions. So it'll be the girls first, followed by the boys. Here from the Jimmy Platt Mid-Valley Classic Track and Field Invitational. Once again, just want to remind you that if you are watching live on YouTube, make sure that you share that link. Let everybody know that we've got a great track meet happening here in Weslaco. It's a Jimmy Platt Mid-Valley Classic, and we'd love for everyone to be able to watch and enjoy this one, especially if they got loved ones competing, or maybe they're an alum from one of these schools and just want to see how their school is faring in this track meet. So again, first of 4 of the 200-meter dash girls division. In case you're wondering about the Weslaco athletes, in section number 2, we've got Vianney Cabrera from Weslaco East will be running. No Weslaco ISD students running in section number 3. And in section number 4, we'll have Liana Cavazos out of Weslaco, Jasmine Flores out of Mercedes,
First call,
Alexa Davila out of
1600
Westaco,
meter
and Gitzel
relay
Fiscal out of
participants.
Westaco,
If you are an
all
anchor,
and Brissa
report
Guzman out of
to the
Westaco
numbers
East,
table
all
for
running in
admittance.
section number 4 of the
We have a
200
white flag, Mr.
meter
Starter.
dash.
Down in the infield.
So the starter has asked him to get into the blocks. And it looks like Laura Juarez doesn't like to use blocks. So they got a clean start, and it looks like Madeline Sweeney in lane 3 is off to an early lead. She's already made up ground on both competitors, and we had a Sweeney win earlier. So I wonder if there's any relation between that young man and this young lady. Madeline Sweeney looks like she's going to take the first section of the girls' 200 meter dash.
Heat number 2, girls 200 meter dash. Lane 1, Malaya Vallejo Mercedes. Lane 2, Alejandra Ochoa.
Madeline
Donna
Sweeney
North.
on your screen. She just
Lane
won
3,
the first
Amber
section.
Layton,
Here's the
Edgar
replay.
Chelsea. Lane 4,
Good run
Sabrina
there.
Hernandez,
Good finish
Progreso.
for
Lane
Madeline
5,
Sweeney out of
Mariana
Harlingen High
Contreras,
School.
Donna.
So we're getting ready for
Lane
the
6,
second section, and
Mariana
in lane 1 out of
Contreras,
Mercedes is
Edgar
Mayala Vallejo.
Lane 7,
In lane 2, Alejandra Ochoa out of Donna North High School. In lane 3, Amber Layton at Cauchelsa. Lane 4, Sabrina Hernandez, Progreso. Lane 5, Ariana Contreras, Donna. Lane 6, Miranda Rodea out of Cauchelsa. In lane 7, Kimberly Gayona out of Donna North. And in lane 8, from Westaco East High School, Vianney Cabrera. That's going to be the second of 4 sections for this girls' 200 meter dash. Again, in this section, only one runner from Westlaco. And that's going to be Westlaco East, Vianney Cabrera. And it looks like she's not on the track. We've only got the first 7 lanes filled with runners. Starters got everybody in their blocks, but apparently there's something going on that wasn't correct. So they are going to make sure that we've got everything adjusted well. May have been that her block wasn't set properly. It may have moved, because it looked like she was tinkering with it and got it to set.
down in the infield,
Maybe it just
please.
wasn't locked in. And that was the young lady out of Progreso, Sabrina Hernandez. Looks like we got all the
Gun is
blocks
out.
ready to go. Lane 3, Amber Layton doesn't seem like she's going to be utilizing a block, nor will Adriana Contreras out of Donna. Starters got them in the blocks. They are set and they are off. Looks like it's a good, clean start. Young lady from Progreso. Looks like she is going to be off to an early lead. In second place, Ariana Contreras from Donna.
Boys 200 meter runners report to the
Now
court
this
for
one's
the
going to be a
course.
tight one, as the young lady from Edcal Chelsea, Amber
Heat
Layton, looks like
number
she comes away
3,
first with this one.
Girls 200 meter dash, lane 1, Alyssa Vasquez Donna. Lane 2, Ileana Garza.
And again,
Harlingen
we've
South.
got 4, so
Lane
whatever
3,
they finish
Bianca
here, not
Gonzalez,
necessarily mean
Harlingen
where they'll
South.
finish when it comes
Lane
to
4,
being
Sydney
on the
White,
podium.
Harlingen South. Lane 5.
There
Nicole
goes your
Trevino,
replay.
Progreso. Lane 6, Beyonce Bruno Mercedes. Lane
So
7,
we're heading to
Diana
the
Garcia,
third of
Progreso.
4 sections.
And then lane
In lane 1, Alyssa
Mariana
Vasquez from
Moreno,
Donna. Lane
Progreso.
2,
Heat 3 of 4,
Ileana
girls
Garza,
200
Harlingen
dash.
South. Bianca Gonzalez in lane 3, also from Harlingen South. In lane 4, Sydney White, also from Harlingen South. In lane 5, it's going to be Nicole Trevino from Progreso. In lane 6, Beyonce Bruno from Mercedes. In lane 7, Diani Garcia from Progreso. And in lane 8, Marlene Medrano from Progreso. Looks like we'll have a vacant lane, number 5. That should have been Nicole Trevino. So 7 runners in this race.
Down in the infield, please.
Harlingen South in lanes 2, 3, and 4. Starters got them in their blocks. Set, and they're off. Lane 3, Bianca Gonzalez. And on the inside, Alyssa Vasquez from Donna. Vasquez from Donna, followed by Garza and Gonzalez from South. Vasquez from Donna running a very strong race. Garza and Gonzalez from South in second and third.
Girls and boys.
So we had
1600
Vasquez,
meter
followed by
runners.
Gonzalez, followed by Garza.
For all boys and girls.
That is the third of 4 heats. And we've got the final heat up next. Emily Jones in lane 1 from Donna. Liana Cavazos from Westlaco in lane 2. Jaden Barbour out of Harlingen in lane 3. Brissa Guzman in lane 4 out of Westlaco East High School. And she comes in with the fastest time at 26.68. Jasmine Flores from Mercedes, 27:08 is her time in lane 5. Alexa Davila from Westlaco in lane 6. Gitzel Fiscal from Westlaco in lane 7. And Cassandra Rodriguez out of Harlingen High School in lane 8. So this one's going to be a good one, Mike. We've got 5 girls, actually 6 girls, all running 27s, with the exception of Brissa Guzman, who runs a 26.
Yeah, Brissa, who's already had a good meet up to this point, is a favorite in the event and in this last heat. But as you mentioned, it's pretty well balanced all around. And keep an eye on Jasmine Flores out of Mercedes, who's not far behind with a 27.08. And but yeah, this heat looks like it's going to be pretty competitive all around, and anything can happen. And I mean, this last race we saw a great run by the Donna runner, Alyssa Vasquez, who had a great start there. That first turn was able to take control of the race and never look back.
Yeah, Jasmine Flores also ran the 100 and did a really good job there, so that's why I pointed that one out. So this is going to be a good race. Look out, Brissa is in lane 4 from Westlaco East, and she's got the best qualifying time coming in to tonight's race. And she is off and running. Has already made up the stagger on the young lady in lane 5, Jasmine Flores. So here comes Brissa and Flores, and inside from Harlingen is Jaden Barbour, who also is a very strong runner. We've mentioned her name quite a bit. Here comes Brissa holding on to that lead. She is going to be followed by Flores out of Mercedes. So it looks like it's Guzman, Flores, and Barbour, the finishers in that race.
Yeah, great job there by Brissa Guzman there. We see the replay there. You see this first turn there. As you mentioned, the stagger. She made up the stagger there. And then she just, on that last turn there, last 100 meters, doing a great job there. And then Jasmine Flores staying with her. And right there also in lane number 3 was a Jaden Barber trying to keep up there. But yes, it was a Guzman, and then it was Flores there. And nice race all around by these young ladies.
Yeah, and Brissa, one of those other young ladies who really shines in multiple sports. And she's a great volleyball player as well. So we'll wait for the results to come in. But it looks like Brissa's going to be the gold medalist when it comes to the 200-meter dash.
And you see here talking to Coach Josh Davis, who is the head coach of the cross-country team there. Does a wonderful job working with these young ladies. Are well conditioned. Coach Dave is originally from Massachusetts. It comes from a family of where there's great athletes there, and just doing a wonderful job there at Westlaco East, working with our young ladies at Westlaco East. They had a pretty good cross-country season this past year, and they're growing. That program is growing, and they're trying to carry it into the track and field season.
Well, we're now going on to the boys division. It's the boys 200-meter dash. In lane 3, Elias Vela from Westlaco High School. And in lane 5, Jorge Ramirez from Dana North. There's only supposed to be one other runner out of Edcal Chelsea, Ryan Castañeda, but it looks like he is not in this race. And Elias Vela from Westlaco quickly making up the stagger, and that's 2 staggers, because remember, the other gentleman was in lane 5, and Elias just running off by himself in lane 3, and he's easily going to take this one. And I hope he doesn't slow down, because remember, he's not running against anybody else. He's running against the clock. So he finishes first. That's Elias Vela, and he too proud Westlaco young man.
Lane 3, Brandon Cortez.
So here is the replay. Look at how quickly he made up the stagger even before they came out of the first turn.
And a lot of times, Joe, when you only have 2 runners in a race and you have that kind of lead, it's just trying to beat your personal best time there. He's pretty much, you see toward the end, kind of slowing down there. But that's kind of what it's about there. You want to try to get your personal best time there. And, yeah, showing that Westlaco pride right there. Proudly wearing the uniform.
So Elias Vela taking his heat, being congratulated by the coaches. And so we're off to the second of 4 sections. And in section 2, we've got nobody from Westlaco. In lane 1, out of Edcal Chelsea, it's going to be Luis Hernandez. In lane 2, Joshua Garza, Progreso. Lane 3, Brandon Cortez, Edcal Chelsea. Lane 4, Austin Montalvo, Harlingen South. We do have one gentleman from Westlaco East, my bad. Raven Figueroa, Westlaco East is going to be in lane 5. In lane 6, Isaac Galvan, out of Dana North. And in lane 7 and 8, a couple of guys from Mercedes, Samuel Jackson and Ramiro Ortiz.
And I have the girls' 200-meter dash results here. In 4th place was Emily Jones out of Dana. In 3rd place was Jaden Barber out of Harlingen. 2nd place was Jasmine Flores out of Mercedes. And your 1st place winner with a time of 26.34 is Brisa Guzman out of Westlaco East.
Great job, Brisa. Congratulations. Gold medal there. And here we go, the second section, and we've got a false start. So they're going to bring this one back and do it again. We'll see what they call.
And so in a false start, I believe the runner is then disqualified. Is that correct?
It normally is, but I don't know if that's the rule in this race. Or in this, yeah, they do.
Okay.
It is in this race as well. I mean, not this race, but this track meet as well. So the false start came by Luis Hernandez out of Edcal Chelsea, because you saw the judge go up to him. And now that first lane is vacant. So now we will restart this one again. 2 young men from Mercedes, Samuel Jackson in lane 7, Ramiro Ortiz in lane 8. And of course, we have our lone WISD representative in lane 5, Raven Figueroa from Westlaco East High School. Inside him in lane 4 is going to be Austin Montalvo. And then in lane 2, Joshua Garza from Progreso. So we're down to 5 runners in the second section of the 200-meter dash boys division. So they'll go back to the blocks. Got them set, and they're off. Montalvo in lane 4. Figueroa in lane 5. And they've got a small lead as we come into or out of the turn. And it looks like Montalvo has got the lead, followed by Figueroa. And it's going to be Harlingen South, followed by Westaco East.
Yeah, great job there by Montalvo. He came in with a seating time of 25.37 there, but ran an excellent race there. Got that turnaround here. You see that replay there, making up on that stagger there, just surpassing everybody there. And it just took over that race, the last 80 to 90 meters or so, just swinging those arms back and forth there. Look at the focus and the concentration and the determination, just extending that lead there. And,
that little grit at the end.
That little grit there at the end, finishing strong there. So a nice job there by that young man.
He's got a little dance move to go with it as well.
Sure.
So we're now going to go to the third section, or the third heat here in the 200-meter dash boys division. Lane number 1 out of Dana High School, Jacob Yanez. Lane 2, Dana North High School, Brandon Escobar. Lane 3, Dana High School, Emmanuel Belmares. In lane 4, Westaco East High School, Jose Serna. Lane 5, Christian Montaño out of Harlingen South. Lane 6, Rene Juarez from Westaco High School. Lane 7, Daniel Niño, Dana High School. And in lane 8, Rodolfo Sandoval out of Progreso High School.
Top seed finish is Jose Serna out of Westaco East with a 24.27. And next up would be Christian Montalvo out of Harlingen South with 24.42. We got about seven out of the 8 runners there who finished with 24 seconds in this heat. So it should be pretty competitive.
And that it will be. So again, in lane 4, we've got, as you mentioned, Mike, the fastest qualifying time in this section, Jose Serna. Good, clean start. And Serna making a move as we get into turn, but Christian Montano not allowing him to overtake him. We've got a Westlaco runner in this race as well, and that is Rene Juarez in lane 6, and he's going to finish first.
Yeah, we see a replay of this race, Joe. You'll see that that Juarez got out to a fantastic start there. You see that first turn, he was able to surpass everybody there. And then you see Harlingen South kind of making a move there at Westaco East, also in position there. But just the determination of Rene Juarez, he just kept up, maintained his lead there, and was able to pull off the top spot here in this heat.
Yeah, good run there. Great run, and we head to the final of 4 sections in this boys 200-meter dash, and this one is going to be a great one. In lane 1, Alex Rincon out of Mercedes. In lane 2, Josiah Uribe from Harlingen. In lane 3, Hector Muñiz from Westaco East. In lane 4, KJ Jones, Westaco High School. Lane 5, Pedro Luna, Harlingen. Lane 6, Joe Reyna, Harlingen. Lane 7, Jorge Arredondo, Progreso. Lane 8, Alex Esparza, Harlingen South. Now, one thing we need to point out here is Joe Reyna was the 100-meter dash winner. But it looks like Pedro Luna is a better 200-meter dash runner. So we got those 2 men from the sprint relay team of Harlingen High. But we also have KJ Jones, who comes in with the best qualifying time at 22.73, and he's going to be in lane 4. And Hector Muñiz from Westaco East with the time of 22.97 is going to be in lane 3. So this is going to be a good one. Lane 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, lane 6 is vacant. So it looks like Reyna is not going to be in this race. So look out for Jones, Muñiz, and Luna in this one. So Jones in lane 4. Muñiz in lane 3, neck and neck. And it's Jones, Luna, Muniz, neck and neck. And it looks like it's going to be Luna, Muniz, and Jones. Top three finishers there.
Top three finishers there. Yeah, we had a battle there for second place there. Luna had control there during the race, and but watch KJ Jones and Hector Muniz go at it for second place there, as Luna was able to extend his lead. But Hector Muniz, outstanding wide receiver for the Wildcat football team, and KJ Jones, also a playmaker. Woo, that's going to be a photo finish for second place there. But notice Hector Muniz put his head down there, and that might have put him in front of KJ Jones there. But yes, this was a great race by the two young men from Weslaco ISD, going for that silver medal there, and just an outstanding run by Pedro Luna out of Harlingen, capturing the gold medal.
Yeah, great run there. And you know, as we looked at their times and we saw that they were all very close, we knew that this was going to be a good one, and it did not let us down. So we'll wait for the results on that one. As we wait for the results on that one, we're going to head to the girls' 1,600-meter run. We've got 20 girls running in this race. Let me give you the rundown. Desiree Longoria from Weslaco. Tessie Garcia from Weslaco East. Natalie Mireles, Edcal Chelsea. Samantha Cienfuegos from Weslaco. Kelsey Rodriguez from Harlingen. Brianna Rivas from Harlingen. Natalie Garcia from Weslaco. Jasmine Rodriguez from Edcal Chelsea. Michelle Medina, Harlingen. Alexandria Perez, Harlingen South. Kimberly Gonzalez, Progreso. Cassandra Gonzalez, Progreso. Camilla Gonzalez, Harlingen South. Natalie Gonzalez, Mercedes. Gloria Benegas, Donna North. Ashley Garcia, Donna North. Yvette Valladares, Donna High School. Soledad Cruz, Mercedes. Jocelyn Gonzalez, Donna North. And Natalie Basan, Weslaco East. So those are going to be the 20 runners in the 1,600-meter girls run. Now remember, the 1,600-meter girls run is 4 times around the track.
So it's a pretty long race. A lot of strategy involved in this race. And a lot of preparations. Kind of, this would be the closest thing to cross country, but in a track, if that makes sense.
Well, we've got a 3,200-meter run as well.
Right.
So go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the 3,200-meter run, which we'll have a little later. That's, I think, the last event of the meet. The 3,200-meter run actually took place earlier.
Okay.
And we'll actually give the results in just a minute here. But the 3,200-meter run, actually, that was like the first event this afternoon at 12:30. And so that would be the closest thing to cross country.
Right.
Nevertheless, this one also is a pretty long run for these athletes, and you know, a lot of strategy involved, and a lot of preparation for this kind of race, that's for sure.
Again, the 20 young ladies that'll be running today, the best qualifying time comes from Weslaco High School's Destiny Longoria with a time of 5:28. Second best time comes from Tessie Garcia from Weslaco East with a time of 5:34. So this is going to be a good one. Judges are making sure that everybody's got the right position.
I'm not sure what the judges are waiting for. I don't know if maybe there's a run or two still missing, but looks like...
yeah, I don't count 20.
Yeah.
And that's what I was looking at right now. Now he's giving up the flag and the signal that we're ready to go. So now the starter is ready to go. So the girls will move up to their spots. And remember, they can go to the first lane once they get past the cones, which can be on the other side of the first turn. So here we go. The 1,600-meter run is on the way, and the record for this is 5:07.40, set in 2015. So they're going to have to run a hard one if they plan to surpass that one here today.
Absolutely. And while we have some time, got the results of the boys' 200-meter dash. In fourth place was Austin Montalvo out of Harlingen South. In third place was Hector Muniz out of Weslaco East. And in second place was KJ Jones out of Weslaco. And your first place winner with a time of 22.22 is Pedro Luna out of Harlingen High School.
Congratulations, gentlemen. That was a great race.
And,
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Joe, that now we have the 1,600-meter run. That gives us an opportunity to also give some results of some fielding events earlier. In the girls' discus, fourth place winner was Lynette Villarreal out of Mercedes. In third place was Odemares Vidano out of Harlingen South. In second place was Gia Cavazos out of Weslaco. And your first place winner with a throw of 130.03 was Mackenzie Contreras out of Edcouch Elsa. And we move on to the boys' discus throw. In fourth place was Akim Ramirez out of Donna. In third place was Benjamin Ruiz out of Harlingen South. In second place was Chase Harrell out of Harlingen South. And your first place winner with a throw of 179.09 was Christian Cortez out of Harlingen South.
Great job by those young men.
Right, and we move on to the boys' shot put. In fourth place was Jacob Banda out of Weslaco East. In third place was Jesse Contreras out of Edcouch Elsa. In second place was Benjamin Ruiz out of Harlingen South. And your first place winner, who also set Jimmy Platt Invitational meet record with a throw of 59.01.50, was Chase Harrell out of Harlingen South. So congratulations to the young man.
Great throw. 59.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great throw there. And the girls shot put in fourth place, we have Yvette Colunga out of Weslaco East. And in third place is Lynette Villarreal out of Mercedes. In second place is Weslaco's Elia Cantu. And your first place winner, once again, Edcouch Elsa's Mackenzie Contreras with a throw of 39.00.50.
So that young lady won both events.
Right. Congratulations to her. We move on to the girls' triple jump. Fourth place winner is Brisa Guzman out of Weslaco East. In third place was Elisa Marie Sanchez out of Weslaco. In second place was Amity Ebarb out of Weslaco. And your first place winner with a jump of 36.08.75 was Caroline Granum out of Harlingen South.
I had mentioned earlier that I had heard Brissa's name over the loudspeaker earlier. That's where it was at the triple jump.
Right, right. And in the boys' triple jump, fourth place was John Animas out of Weslaco East. In third place was Samuel Cerda out of Progreso. In second place was Eric Gilantan out of Harlingen. And your first place winner with a jump of 42.07.00 was Gabriel Gonzalez out of Weslaco High.
Congratulations, Gabriel. He's having a great meet.
You move on to the boys' high jump now, where we have a fourth place winner was Devin Dena out of Weslaco. Third place was Caleb Arthur out of Mercedes. In second place was Joshua Escobedo out of Harlingen South. And your first place winner with a jump of 6:05.00 was Hayden Fikis out of Harlingen High. Congratulations. And now moving on to the girls' high jump. In fourth place was Ariana Contreras out of Dana. In third place was Sabrina Todd out of Harlingen. In second place was Amber Leva out of Harlingen. In first place was Damaris Regalado out of Donna North with a jump of 5:00.00.
Good jumping. And we are coming to the last 200 meters, and it's Destiny Longoria and Tessie Garcia doing battle. And Destiny just taking a lead over Tessie as they come down the home stretch. 150 meters to go from there. And it looks like Destiny's now beginning to open up a lead as they come down the home stretch. It's going to be Destiny followed by Tessie.
Something I like to see, Joe, and I especially see it in this kind of races. Those coaches will kind of run toward the corner of the field and encourage these kids, especially in the last 200, 100 meters, to finish strong. It's just kind of playing the rah-rah cheerleading style there. And it helps these athletes out there as we see Destiny Longoria finishing strong there to capture the gold medal.
And in second place, Weslaco East, Tessie Garcia. So again, girls from WISD representing very well. First and second in the 1,600-meter run. Destiny Longoria, first place, followed by Tessie Garcia in second place. So what a great run by those two young ladies.
Yes, and I mean, as we mentioned earlier, just this race is very difficult. I mean, it's a lot of training, a lot of hours, a lot of hard work. And I mean, if you really think about it, Joe, I mean, the start of track season, I mean, it's as the weather's starting to warm up a little bit, it's cold when these girls are training and, you know, young men coming up. And I mean, just a lot of dedication and passion and the will to prepare for this event. Just a long hours there. You see all the girls there. You see Destiny there flexing her muscles.
I'm strong.
I'm strong. But I mean, all these athletes, I mean, they deserve plenty of water after this kind of race.
And
I mean,
she proved how strong she was on that race.
Right, and now that the sun has gone down and
Coach Cavazos giving her a high five.
Right.
Here comes the rest of the team to give her a high five.
Coach Jaime was also an excellent athlete at Wesco High School back in the 90s.
He's a pole vaulter.
Well, pole vaulter, yes. And so, I mean, when he's out there coaching these young ladies, I mean, he knows what he's talking about. And yeah, as mentioned, Joe, now that the sun has gone down and twilight has fallen, I mean, imagine running this race. You know, we had the 3,200-meter run earlier today.
Have to imagine
oh
this
my
race.
gosh, that's quite a bit.
Well, here we go to the boys' 1,600-meter run. Let's go over the 26 young men that'll be running this race. Lupe Reyes out of Mercedes, Antonio Sanchez out of Weslaco, Dominic Medrano out of Edcal Chelsea, Abram Maldonado, Weslaco East High School, Jorge Ponce, Dana North, Jesus Mora, Dana North, Isaac Martinez, Weslaco East, Javier Esquivel, Weslaco East, Eric Chavez, Dana, Gerardo Gallardo, Progreso, Danny Diaz, Harlingen, Samuel Martinez, Dana, Ivan Montante, Harlingen, Jonathan Vega, Progreso, Idol Ramon out of Harlingen South, Matthew Garcia, Edcal Chelsea, Derek Rodriguez, Weslaco, Jason Ledesma, Mercedes, Danny Ibarra, Edcal Chelsea, Abel Montante, Harlingen, Alan Palomo, Dana North, Alexis Mata, Edcal Chelsea, Alex Pesina, Progreso, Franco Calderon, Harlingen South, Ben Garcia, Mercedes, Anselmo Aparicio, Harlingen South. So 26 runners in this race. The best qualifying time is Lupe Reyes, 4:32 out of Mercedes. Antonio Sanchez is in second as far as qualifying times are concerned. Just 0.8 of a second off that time. So this should be a doozy. We remember Antonio Sanchez already has a gold medal to his name from earlier today.
Yeah, now he's hoping to do it here in the 1,600-meter run and to help the boys rack up some more points to help the squad capture a win here in the Jimmy Platt Invitational.
Well, he's not sprinting out to the front of the pack, but he is right now in around third or fourth slot, because setting the tempo right now is Jesus Mora out of Dana North, and he's going to be making the second turn of the first lap in first place.
Okay, and let's continue with the results of the field events from earlier today. In the girls' long jump, we had Emily Ebarb out of Weslaco in fourth place. And in third place was Jasmine Flores out of Mercedes. In second place
Can
was
we have the
Lisa
girls
Marie
16
Sanchez out of
meter
Westlaco.
run
And your
top
first place
three
winner
finishers to
with
the
a jump
award
of
stand,
16:04.25 was Brisa Guzman out of Westlaco East. Oh, terrific job there by Brisa Guzman there. And in the boys long jump, we had fourth place Ramsey Vasquez out of Westlaco East. In third place was
Girls,
Eric
1600
Gualatan
meter
out of
run. In
Harlingen.
third place from
Second
Edcal
place was
Chelsea,
Pedro Luna
Natalie
out of Harlingen.
Mireles.
And your
In
first place
second
winner
place from Westlaco
with a jump of
East,
21:04.75 was Jose
And your winner,
Garcia
girls 1600
out of
meter
Harlingen.
run,
And we saw the
number
young man
5,
do it
31.08
earlier in the running
from
events. He
Westlaco,
can also
Destiny Longoria.
contribute in the long jump. So congratulations to the young man. We move on to the girls pole vault, where we had in fourth place was Carla Chavez out of Harlingen. And in third place was Allison Rogers out of Westlaco East. And in second place was Brianna Caldwell out of Donna. In first place with a jump of 13:00.00 was Bianca Cardenas out of Ecauchasa. And the boys pole vault event, we had a fourth place Ethan Reyes out of Harlingen. Third place was Sammy Ruiz out of Harlingen South. Second place was Julian Leyva out of Harlingen. And your first place winner with a jump of 14 flat was Carlos Guerrero out of Ecouch Elsa. And then we had the 3,200 meter run, Joe. We talked about it a few minutes ago. That took place the first event of the afternoon. Fourth place was Natalie Mireles out of Ecouch Elsa. In third place was Samantha Cienfuegos out of Westlaco. In second place was Destiny Longoria out of Westlaco. And your first place winner with a run of 12:08.53 was Soledad Cruz out of Mercedes. And on the boys' side, on the 3,200 meter run, we had fourth place Samuel Martinez out of Donna. And in third place was Isaac Martinez out of Westlaco East. And second place was Dominic Medrano out of Ecouch Elsa. And your first place winner with a run of 10:03.11 was Antonio Sanchez out of Westlaco. And just a few minutes ago was the 1,600 meter run. In fourth place was Samantha Cienfuegos out of Westlaco. In third place was Natalie Mireles out of Ecouch Elsa. And second place was Tessie Garcia out of Westlaco East. And your first place winner with a run of 5:31.08 was Destiny Longoria out of Westlaco.
Well, we are on the final lap, and we began to see a move being made by Abram Maldonado and Antonio Sanchez. Abram out of Westlaco East and Antonio out of Westlaco High. And in that mix is Dominic Medrano out of Ecouch Elsa. There are 1, 2, and 3. And here comes Medrano and Sanchez, and they're going to do battle once again. We saw them battling it out earlier today, and they're going to battle it out here in the 1,600 meter run. And it's Abram Maldonado followed by Sanchez, and Maldonado looking in his corner, and here comes Sanchez. Sanchez overtaking the Westlaco East Abram Maldonado, and Sanchez comes away with his second gold medal of the day. What a great run there by those two young men. And we're going to see and hear those two names a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Great run there by Sanchez, being able to pass the Westlaco East runner, and we see some good sportsmanship there by the Westlaco East and Westlaco High runners there. And this was a fun race to watch all around. And we see everybody else crossing the finish line there. But what a day Antonio Sanchez has had today, helping the boys team out.
As we get ready to run
the one gentleman that we didn't see was Lupe Reyes out of Mercedes. We mentioned him coming in with the fastest qualifying time. So as you've been talking about all night, Mike, they tend to sometimes take guys out and leave guys in, or switch them around depending on where they need them. And so again, it looks like Antonio Sanchez is going to have his second gold medal, and Abram Maldonado with another great outing for Westlaco East as well. So again, Westlaco ISD really doing well here in this track meet tonight.
Yeah, we know that spring break is coming up after tonight, and what a way to go into spring break for Antonio Sanchez there. Just having a fantastic day here before going on his vacation there, flexing his muscles there. Everybody getting a kick out of it and getting some congratulations.
Well, here comes the replay again. They are coming down the home stretch, and you've got Antonio Sanchez, Abram Maldonado, Dominic Medrano, and Isaac Martinez from Westaco East as well. They weren't on the screen, but look at, I think Westaco East is going to come in second and third in this race. You were talking about piling up points in races such as this. Looks like Westaco East can come away with a lot of points here.
And the thing is, Joe, it's not easy to go around a runner, as you see both Sanchez and Maldonado, they're kind of on the same lane, and Sanchez had to go around him, which is not an easy thing to do, especially when you're in the final lap of a 1,600-meter run and you're in the final stretch of it. And to be able to do that, I mean, was just outstanding and awesome.
Yeah, what a great run. Again, you know, you've talked about this quite a bit, Mike. You talked about the strategy of these races, and you got to go out there and understand what your pace can be and cannot be. Because, again, if you let someone get way out in front of you and then you try to chase them down, you're going to expend enough energy to where you may not be able to finish the race strong. And then if you go out there really strong, you're going to burn so much energy, you're not going to be able to sustain that type of output the entire 4 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an excellent point there. I mean, I've seen it before in past meets where you'll have a runner with a long lead, you know, maybe the first lap or two, only to lose it by that third or fourth lap, just running out of gas, putting all your energy in those first few laps, and then just hoping to hold on, only to lose it because the runners behind you had a plan and were able to jump ahead at the end of the race there. But yeah, I mean, just outstanding job there by Antonio Sanchez to just stay within everybody and then just kind of make his move there in that last lap.
And really understand what his pace is and where he's going to finish. So again, just a really smart race run there. Now, we're heading out to the 4x400 meter relay. That's 4 times around the track. And this is the girls division. In lane 1, Donna North High School. In lane 2, Westaco East High School. In lane 3, Edcal Chelsea. In lane 4, Westaco High School. Lane 5, Harlingen High School. Lane 6, Donna High School. Lane 7, Mercedes High School. And in lane 8, Progreso High School. Westaco East leading off was going to be Giovanna Elizondo.
Boys.
Second leg, Natalie Bazan.
Boys.
Third leg, Jenica Paz. And the fourth leg, Brandy Garcia. So that's going to be a very strong relay team there. For Westaco, they come in with the best time at 4:06. They get it started with Jenna Martinez. Calissa Cavazos is the second leg. Ana Vela is the third leg. And look who finishes off this race for them, Amity Ebarb. So 3 names that we've heard quite a bit tonight, Calissa Cavazos, Ana Vela, and Amity Ebarb. So a very strong team. And of course, the starting leg for them is Gina Martinez, who is by in no ways a weak leg, because this is a very strong relay team as shown by the time that is put out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's see how the Lady Panthers, what kind of performance they give in this race, because yeah, the gap between first place and second in the seating time is about 7 seconds, so 4:06.00 to 4:13.00, and so yeah, I mean, Lady Panthers are heavily favored there. And of course, as you mentioned, Amity Ebarb, we see the kind of athlete she is, having an outstanding meet so far.
And what she's able to do. So here we go. The race is officially underway. Westaco High in lane 4, Westaco East in lane 1. Westaco East is being started by Giovanna Elizondo. And for Westaco High, it's going to be Jenna Martinez. And Elizondo making up the stagger quickly on the team from Madonna North and Edcal Chelsea. Remember, each young lady has to run a full lap, 1 time around the track. So it's not a very easy run. First leg stays in their lane. Second leg is able to make their way to the first lane once they get out of the first turn. So here we go.
And we see that the record was set way back in 1998 with a 4:03.19. So that's 3 seconds faster than Weslaco High's seeding time coming into this race.
So Donna with a very impressive first leg, as is Weslaco. And in lane 1, Donna North doing a great job as well. So here we go. They're going to get out of this turn, and they're going to be able to make their way to the first lane, and then we'll be able to see them spread out. Donna North and Weslaco. Donna High and Weslaco, followed by Harlingen. Harlingen doing a good job in third place. Weslaco, it is Calissa Cavazos with the baton, and Harlingen running strong, and that's going to be Tanisha Wiley. And she's made up some ground and even overtaken second place. So they're on their way down the backstretch here on the second leg, and Weslaco with about a 10-meter lead. Here comes Weslaco. Weslaco, third leg is Ana Vela, the hurdler. Remember, she also runs the 4x100 meter relay as well. And she had a great performance. And look at how much she has opened up the gap in this race.
That's exactly, Joe. That was a great shot there by Valza Mora, showing everybody the gap that Weslaco Anavella there, extending the lead there and just making it look easy there. But now we see, looks like Donna regaining second place there. At least I think that's who it is, surpassing Harlingen there. But yes, so Anavella doing an outstanding job there. Got off to a great start there. And as you see her trying to hold on there, but look at Harlingen kind of sort of catching up there a little bit toward the end there.
But look at that kick from Vela. Vela with that determination in her face, and she's going to give up the baton to Amity in first place. And once that baton is in the hand of Amity Ebarb, it's pretty much said good night.
Yeah, look at her. Look at that turn right there. Just passing everybody.
You know who that reminds me of? Mishak Rivas.
Oh, from the great Weslaco Panther.
And it was this race that they dominated.
Yeah, it was this race. We saw him do it in the football field, and we also saw him do it in a track, and he was also the anchor from that relay team who set the Valley record.
Who set the Valley record, exactly. And that's why I said that looks a lot like that 4x400 meter relay team of the Mishak era. And here comes Weslaco down the final home straight. It's Amity Ebarb way ahead of everybody. Now we are looking at the record. They may not be able to break it. She's about 3 seconds off the pace. But nonetheless, it's another gold record. Another gold medal. I was thinking record. Gold medal for Amity Ebarb and the Weslaco relay team. So another great outing there by the Lady Panthers.
And something tells me, Joe, this is only the beginning for this relay team. With that kind of performance they have, and just looking at the seeding time, and looking at the records, that shows the capability of this relay team. Moving forward at least.
Donna 23, Mercedes 34.
So good job by Weslaco. They gathered the lead early, and they didn't look back. So again, congratulatory high fives there at the watering station. Seems like that's a pretty popular place here tonight.
Yeah, pretty popular place after a race. Who wouldn't want to get some water after a long distance run like that, and flexing your muscles, and then get a sip of water, and then say hi and congratulate everybody, give the high fives and the hugs and so forth.
Coach Lily coming over and congratulating her girls as well. There's Coach Almaguer still giving directions and instruction. Look at him.
Yeah, he's telling one of his runners, you know, you did win first place, and I'm very proud of you. However, there's always going to be some kind of criticism going on, but positive criticism, only to all he's trying to do is improve and let the runner know that, you know, if you do this little tweak right here, this next time that we do this event, you know, 2 or 3 seconds will make a difference.
Or I saw your form beginning to kind of shake down or break down on this yard line. Coach Almaguer, you can't get nothing by that man.
You know what, Joe? Pablo and I go back growing up through elementary, middle, high school, and you know, I had the pleasure of having classes with him. And as young kids, we used to always play races with all the boys lining up, and Pablo was always the guy that was in front of everybody by about 10, 15 yards. I mean, just he had an outstanding career. We had a chance to see the video earlier honoring Coach Jimmy Platt, and Pablo was a part of those dynasty teams from the 90s, a member of district championships under Coach Jimmy Platt, and now just having an outstanding career as the head coach for the girls track and field team, as well as cross country.
Yeah, well, let's run down the first seed, or the first section of the 4x400 meter relay boys division. In lane 3, we'll have Mercedes. In lane 4, Donna North. And in lane 5, Ed Couch Elsa. And we've got 3 teams in this one: Mercedes, Donna North, and Ed Couch Elsa. Out in the lead is going to be Ed Couch Elsa. Looks like they have an early lead in this one. And remember, this is 4 times around the track. And it's not until they get to the second leg that they're able to break into the first lane.
Okay, Joe, I have the results of the girls' 4x400 meter relay. In 4th place was Westlaco East. In 3rd place was Donna High. And in 2nd place was Harlingen. And your first place winners with a time of 4:08.94 was Westlaco High Lady Panthers.
Harlingen.
So again, a great run there by the Westlaco High Lady Panthers. Donna North with the first exchange, and Mercedes making up some room there. So Westlaco East finished in 4th place. So a good outing by the young ladies from Westlaco East. I don't know what happened with them in that race, but again, a good race overall. So this one is tight. Donna North, Mercedes, Ed Couch. Now it's Ed Couch, Donna North, Mercedes. Here comes the young man from Mercedes, and that's going to be Nathaniel Navarro, overtaking 2nd place. And the determination on his face to get 1st place, but not the young man from Ed Couch Elsa is not going to let that happen. And that's the first handoff goes to the Yellow Jackets. And this young man, the 3rd leg for the Yellow Jackets, Christian Martinez, has opened up a little bit of a lead, as he's got at least a 10-meter, now 15-meter lead over Mercedes. So a good, strong run and output there by Christian Martinez of Ed Couch Elsa.
There's a correction on the results.
Yeah, as you can see, Joe, he's trying to extend the lead there, but Mercedes, they're in 2nd place, trying to hold down. And then we see right behind him is Donna North, making a move there for 2nd place. But Ed Couch Elsa right now in control.
Yeah, Martinez with a great leg for Ed Couch Elsa, giving it off to the anchor man, Carlos Guerrero, with a good cushion. And the anchor leg for Mercedes is going to be Jordan Gonzalez. And he's got a lot of ground to make up if he's going to make this an interesting one. So it's Ed Couch Elsa, Mercedes, Donna North. And Ed Couch Elsa is not giving up any ground. That young man is hanging on to that lead. So it's Ed Couch Elsa, Mercedes, Donna North. Here they come down the home stretch in that order. young man from Ed Couch, got the baton in first place, and he finishes the race in first place. Not going to let anybody get by him, and it's going to be followed up by the young man from Mercedes, or the team from Mercedes, and then the team from Donna North. But again, this is not the finals, because again, we've got two sections or two heats in the 4x400 meter relay. So in the second section or second heat, in lane 2, we will have Progreso. In lane 3, we will have Weslaco. In lane 4, Harlingen South. In lane 5, Harlingen High School. In lane 6, Weslaco East. And in lane 7, Donna. Harlingen High comes in with Harlingen South comes in with the best qualifying time at 3:28, followed by Harlingen with a time of 3:30. Weslaco High 3:32 and Weslaco East 3:33. So this is going to be a good one as well, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, it remains to be seen how it's going to finish, but on paper, Harlingen South is the favorite. The only one that has a seating time under 3:30. So, let's see what happens there. Harlingen, who has proven to us today how strong they are in the running events, are right behind them at 3:30. So, let's keep an eye on them. And then Weslaco, who's going to be in lane 3 at 3:32.84. So, yeah, you're right, Joe. I agree. This is going to be a pretty good race to watch.
Yeah, a couple of names that stand out to me just looking at this. You got John Animas. You've got Cole Sweeney. You've got Nitai Duran and Gabriel Gonzalez. So each of the schools with a little secret weapon there.
Yeah, we know about their talents, in other sports like football there, but they have the talent also in track. And
you speak about football, Eric Quilantan. That's a name we heard a lot of in Harlingen. Now, that was last year, because last year, remember, Harlingen and Harlingen South were both in the same district with Weslaco. It didn't happen this year, but we did get to see them this year as well, because Weslaco East played in Harlingen.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Harlingen came to Weslaco for the bi-district playoff game.
Yeah, so the Quilantan name, I remember that one from football.
Was he the quarterback of that team, or what position? I remember.
I want to say he was a slot receiver.
He was a slot receiver. Okay. Yeah, they had a quarterback that also was a pretty good athlete over there in Harlingen that did a great job for the program.
So here we go, the boys 4x400 meter relay, second section or second heat, and this is going to be a good one. Weslaco in lane 3, Harlingen South in lane 4, Harlingen High in lane 5, and Weslaco East in lane 6. So that middle of the track is going to be fun to watch.
And I have the results, Joe, of the boys 1,600 meter run, which took place a short time ago. In fourth place was a Dominic Medrano out of Ecalchosa. In third place, beg your pardon, was Isaac Martinez out of Weslaco East. In second place was Abram Maldonado out of Weslaco East. And your first place winner with a time of 4:37.89 was Antonio Sanchez out of Weslaco.
You know, you were mentioning about points. Weslaco East, second and third, that's 14 points for that team. So good outing by the Wildcats in the 1,600 meter run. And the 4x400 meter relay is underway. Harlingen South making up the stagger on the guys from Harlingen. Weslaco High in lane 3. In lane 2, Progreso. Weslaco East in lane 6. Everyone is in the mix. It's a close one.
Yeah, you see Weslaco East making a move there on Harlingen South there as the first handoff is passed.
South and then East as far as exchanges are concerned. And look at Weslaco. And you know who they have in the second slot for Weslaco? Gabriel Gonzalez.
The running back of the football team. The younger brother of Eric Gonzalez, who had a great career here at Weslaco as a running back and as a track runner as well.
He was a track runner as well, and went on to play for the University of Texas in Austin.
Right, and watch him make this move here. looks like he surpassed Westlaco East for second, and now he's
In first.
in first, just like that.
Yeah, we were talking about each of these teams having a secret weapon, and for Westlaco High right now, Gabriel Gonzalez seems to be that man, and he's going to give Westlaco the baton in first place.
And right behind him is Donna, who surpassed Westlaco East.
Sebastian Flores for Westlaco. Here comes Donna and Westlaco East. The third man, John Animas. We talked about him just a little while ago. We said secret weapon. John Animas is the guy to watch out for Westlaco East. And look at him. And look at him open up the lead for Westlaco East. He's got about an 8-meter lead on Harlingen South. But it's Westlaco East, Harlingen South, Westlaco, and Donna. We talked about this one being a close one. And look, here comes Westlaco High, and that is Sebastian Flores. Sebastian Flores bringing Westlaco High into second place and making a move on Animas. And from Harlingen, third runner is Sammy Ruiz. And it's Westlaco East, Westlaco High, Harlingen. And this is the guy to watch out for, and this is Cole Sweeney. He was the gold medal winner in the open 400-meter run. So Westlaco East, Harlingen High, Westlaco High. And Harlingen South, we said the middle of the track was the ones to watch out for, and sure enough, that's the ones to watch out for.
We got Cole Sweeney trying to separate himself a little bit, but Westlaco East right behind him, and then now you see Harlingen South making a move there for second place, and right behind him is Westlaco High. So, yeah, I see.
He came into the grass.
He came into the grass, so I think.
Look at Sweeney. Sweeney can taste victory. Look at his eyes.
Look, literally. Great job by the young man. Great job by the young man finishing the race strong there. But yes, in that last turn, it looked like Westlaco was trying to surpass 2 spots there, but unfortunately stepped on in the artificial grass there. So I think that's going to eliminate them from this race.
Yeah, sometimes when you get boxed in, it makes things very difficult to make a move. And as you try to make a move, sometimes you do not want to step on someone because, of course, you've got spikes on, and you don't want to injure someone,
sure,
or much less even injure yourself.
Right. And earlier we saw Antonio Sanchez make a move, but in the track area, going to his right side versus his left there. And this time, unfortunately, it didn't work out for Westlaco High in this race. But from all the events, Joe, I would say this is probably the best one we've seen. I mean, we had about 2 or 3 lead changes throughout the race, and even for second place, I mean, we had a mixture of teams kind of passing each other. I mean, even from Donna to Westlaco East, even Progreso for a while was in the race, and so this was a great race all around.
Yeah, you know, we saw the numbers on paper. They looked very close. And then when you have that level of competition and just...
Jimmy Platt came to work in 1995 with a vision to make the Panthers an elite track and field program. As head track and field coach for Westlaco, Platt led the Panthers to a remarkable 11 district titles in 12 years, including an unprecedented 8 consecutive championships stretching from 1990 to 1997. After missing out on the district title in 1998, Westlaco went on to three-peat from 1999 to 2001. Most would agree the brightest highlight occurred during the 1993 district meet, where the Panthers were a heavy underdog to Harlingen. After trailing for most of the meet, Westlaco would rally in the last few events and edge the talented Cardinal team by a single point at Panther Stadium. The impressive run opened the door for some of our great athletes who graduated from Westlaco. A total of 18 athletes under Platt went on to run track and field at the collegiate level, with 17 earning scholarships. Platt was inducted into the Rio Grande Valley Sports Hall of Fame in 1997 and the City of Palm Sports Hall of Honor in 1999. And now, starting this year, the annual track meet in Weslaco will be known as Jimmy Platt Invitational. Congratulations to Coach Jimmy Platt, forever a Weslaco Panther.
To a great man, Jimmy Platt, and all his hard work.
Yeah, it was, Joe. I mean, Coach Platt did so much for Weslaco ISD, for Weslaco High School, and the community. And we saw a lot of highlights of Pablo Amarguer come out there, and a few other athletes. I think even Jaime Cavazos came out, who's also on the coaching staff there. And it just not only was he a leader of a track and field team, but he was a leader of men. And all these former athletes turned out to be great human beings life after high school. And I mean, that's what it's all about. And I mean, you know, it's great to have Coach Platt here at Weslaco High School again. And I know in the video it said that from now on it's going to be the Jimmy Platt Invitational. This was actually a project done 4 years ago, and so this is or 3 years ago now, and so this is the 4th annual Jimmy Platt Invitational. So 3 years ago is when they changed the name from the Mid-Valley Classic to the Jimmy Platt Invitational, and well deserved, I think. I think it was a great idea for the district to honor him and to give him his name as the track meet.
2019,
The exhaustion of the Harlingen team was put on display as they tried to get on the podium. You saw the young man just go and lay there. Because, you know, when you give out all that effort in a 400-meter all-out sprint, you are exhausted.
Oh, I mean, and Joe, I mean, these young men have been here all day long. I mean, they arrive early in the morning, like about 9 o'clock, you know, hours before the track meet even begins. And I mean, most of them participated in field events, or, you know, we had the 3,200-meter run. And so, you know, these young men have had a long day, and women have had a long day and are exhausted. But the great thing, Joe, is that, you know, in the end, when you come out on top and you win the trophies like that, and I mean, it's all worth it.
Yeah, they just announced the Weslaco girls track team as the Jimmy Platt Invitational team champions.
Yeah, well deserved. So that's what, 4 years in a row they've won all four under Jimmy Platt Invitational. They've won all 4 events, and I mean, like Coach Amaguer told me, this actually goes back to about 7 or 8 years that they've dominated this particular event here. So just the tradition keeps going.
So here we go. They're getting all the girls in for a photo op. They got to make sure that they all come in so we can get a photo.
In third place with 129 points in the boys division, Harlingen South. In second place with 131 points, Weslaco. And your winners for the 2019 Jimmy Platt Mid-Valley Classic Invitational.
And so it looks like the Harlingen boys will repeat as Jimmy Platt Invitational champions. And outstanding job. It actually had to come from behind because I think the Weslaco High boys were ahead for a good while there.
Yeah.
But just when it counted most, the Cardinals came out strong.
Yeah, they came out strong on the relays, and of course a couple of individual events that they had winners as well, the 200-meter, 400-meter, and so it looks like they you know, worked their way back into first place, and again, well deserved as they worked hard to get themselves into that position. So congratulations to the girls Weslaco track team, and congratulations to the boys Harlingen High School track team, as they are the Jimmy Platt champions for 2019. Well, Mike, thanks so much for standing alongside me in this one. It was a great track meet. Saw a lot of good competition, a lot of, you know, just people digging in deep and just wanting it more than someone else. And of course, you know, with that win today, they literally had to. Yeah, they literally had to. You know, that wind was very strong, and it made things very difficult.
Athletes, coaches.
Yeah, it was, Joe. It was a great track meet all around. I think all coaches are happy with what they saw all around. It was great to have the Mid-Valley come together as well as Harlingen and Harlingen South come to Weslaco and be a part of this once again.
We want to thank Carlos Rubel, the K-West director, and of course we want to thank all our cameramen that were out there just doing a great job. Mike Palacios, Val Zamora, Don Ramirez, Amadeo Briones, Vinny Berry, Darlene Gracia, Adrian De Leon, Juanita Maldonado. For K-West, I am Joe Aglad and Mike Gonzalez saying thank you and good night from the Jimmy Platt Mid-Valley Classic Track and Field Invitational. We'll see you next time right here on K-West.
This is a reminder, all athletes, there is no camping allowed inside of the field. That is for warm-up only. If you have bags and so forth, they need to go in the stands. And with 2 laps to go, it looks like Weslaco East, Weslaco and Mercedes, the top 4 runners. Correction, Ed Couch. And the bell lap. We have Weslaco, Ed Couch, and Mercedes, your top 4. Boys, 3,200-meter runners, report to the clerk of the course. Boys, 3,200-meter runners, report to the clerk of the course. Please get off the railings. Please get off the railings. We need to see the finishers at the finish line. Gun is up. Here are the results for the girls' 3,200-meter run. In sixth place, Kelsey Rodriguez, Harlingen. In fifth place, Michelle Medina, Harlingen. In fourth place, Natalie Mireles, Ed Cauchelsa. In third place, Samantha Cienfuegos, Westlaco. In second place, Destiny Longoria, Westlaco. And your winner, with a time of 12.8.53 from Mercedes, Soledad Cruz. After four laps, it's Donna, Ed Couch, East. And at your bell lap, looks like Ed Couch. The next scheduled race is boys and girls 3,200-meter relay. That race is scheduled at 1:30. If you are an anchor, boys and girls, 3,200-meter relay. If you are an anchor, report to the table to pick up your number. Here are the results for the boys triple jump. 6th place, Jesus Manriquez, Harlingen. 5th place, Nitai Duran, Harlingen South. 4th place, John Animas, Westlaco East. 3rd place, Samuel Cerda, Progreso. 2nd place, Eric Quilintan, Harlingen. And your winner in the boys triple jump with a jump of 42 feet, 7 inches from Westlaco, Gabriel Gonzalez. Sabrina Todd, report to the long jump ASAP. Sabrina Todd, report to the long jump area. And on your final lap, looks like Westlaco, Ed Couchelsa, Donna North. Boys, 3,200-meter runners report to the clerk of the course. Boys, 3,200-meter runners report to the clerk of the course. In lane 1, Ed Couch. Lane 2, East. Lane 3, Donna North. And in lane 4, Harlingen South. Gun is up. Here are your results. Girls 4 by 800 meter relay. In third place, Donna North. In second place, Ed Couch Elsa. And your winner with a time of 10:19.88, the team from Weslaco. And with one lap to go, we have East, Donna North, Harlingen South.